Hello and welcome everyone to the WLE 10K. It is me, Kanye Diffuse, and on my, I believe, my right side for you guys, I have a very special guest here. Why don't you go and introduce yourself, bro?
Hi guys, so I'm Alpha Simp. For the people that don't know me, I am actually OG's coach, but I'm here to help Kanye with some, well, analytical stuff today and a little bit of reviews of how the teams play and just give some predictions and just talk about the general strats and stuff, so people have a good understanding of what's going on there.
Yeah, so if you didn't see on Twitter, I did tease that we're going to have a very in-depth analyst segment here, and that's why I've got the man here. And the first thing we're going to be talking about is going to be the map bans that did come through already. So let's go and talk about that. Why not so long? Here we go. The first ban coming out. Oh, wait, I didn't transition. There we go. The first ban coming out from ATK. It's going to be Consulate, then Bravado banned out Villa. That means the rest of the maps are going to be in play, except for Coastline, which is the free map. Now, if you don't know how it works, when a team comes through the upper bracket grand final, one of the maps in the best of 5 is granted as an advantage for them coming from the upper bracket. So Coastline is instantly given to Bravado. They're going to be starting this game with the one map advantage. The rest of the maps are going to be going to Oregon, Cafe, Clubhouse, and Theme Park. What are your thoughts overall on these?
Well, first off, what's very interesting to me is the fact that they've chosen to go to that ATK actually allowed the Oregon pick. Because in my previous experience, everything with Bravado back when they regicide days, Oregon has always been an incredibly strong map for them.
Yep.
So to me, it's very surprising that they went there. I understand that they didn't want to play Consulate again because they've been beaten on Consulate a couple times and there's been seen a lot. But still, I still to be honest, I would have rather taken the gamble with Consulate than going to Oregon in their position. The Villa ban, I completely understand. ATK's Villa is looking terrifying. Frankly, they 7-0'd Meraki there back when they was there. They 7-0'd my team, unfortunately.
I remember back in the day, they memed it on Twitter, but I really think it was true. They said after the 7-0 against Meraki that they did not even scrim the map.
Yeah, the funny thing is, the last time before the 7-0 happened, back when we were still at Titan and we played them, we managed to beat them once on Villa, and then after that we never played them on Villa again. I didn't see them touch Villa, we didn't see it in scrims, we didn't see it anywhere, and suddenly they pulled out the 7-0 against Meraki. So I'm like, okay, again against us. It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying to play against them on Villa.
Yeah, and then just bringing it back to the picked maps, Oregon, of course, we've seen when they were still called Regicide earlier in this very tournament. I believe they beat Vibin 7-2 on that map, Run Shock White 7-2 on that map. So Oregon really good for Bravado Gaming. So obvious why they would pick that one. But Cafe for ATK, it's been one of those long-running maps where they are just goated. There's no other way to put it. We know their strats on this map, and somehow it still works.
Look, it's not even about knowing their strats, because what I've noticed, especially if you look earlier in the tournament, if you even look to previous tournaments, we saw for a while they were doing that thing where they were shooting open the bottom of the red wall. Suddenly, and they were reinforcing the stock and freezer walls. Suddenly, in this tournament, they went back to an older way of playing where you would actually open up everything so that there's no way to play safely within the cigar lounge. So, I don't know if it was Tom or the IGL, where Corsair's idea, whose idea it was to swap the strats, but it really did throw me off a bit there. And it shows and winning with, I'm assuming, even when we scrimmed them, we didn't see those strats. So what they did there was they pulled some strats out that we hadn't seen, and they still executed it beautifully. At the same time, the scrims we've had against Bravado, they were also very strong there. So I think Cafe is going to be a very close game.
Yeah. But what do you think of Theme Park and Clubhouse then? I mean, you had a harrowing game against ATK yesterday on Theme Park, and as well Clubhouse just... I would assume the blood runs thick for you guys when you just look at Theme Park and remember yesterday.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, I know people are going to hate me for this, but Theme Park has always been my favorite map since it got introduced.
I don't know why people don't like it. I love Theme Park.
It has been my favorite map that's got introduced, and I think it showed back when I first made the strats from it, it's always been a strong map for our team. And the thing about picking Theme Park is that you've got to know if you pick it, there's I'd say a 90% chance that you're going to start an attack.
Yeah.
So you need to be very confident that you can at least get 2 attacking rounds. Because if you can get those 2 attacking rounds and make sure your defense is strong, then you can get it to that match point.
Yeah, and then the Clubhouse, the last one, if we go all the way, it's going to be our deciding map, basically, if it's the 2-2. What do you think them picking Clubhouse here is going to be? If we get all the way, what do you think of Clubhouse? Who's going to be taking that one?
It was so close between them last time. The advantage that Bravado will have is that they would have seen how OG pretty much, I'm not going to deny, it wasn't the closest games, but it was still pretty close. We ended up, I think his final score was 7-4, if you can correct me there. I
can't remember. Yeah, it's 7-4 or 7-5, one of the two.
So unless ATK have had something hiding in the background, which with Tom it wouldn't surprise me. But in the scenario that they don't have anything hiding in the background, they are going to be in the situation where Bravado knows everything they're doing there.
Yeah, and then let's just run through the team rosters. Obviously, we've got Bravado here as the main stage, basically. I mean, this is what everyone's so excited for. It's Bravado Gaming, one of the biggest orgs in SA, finally picking up one of the longest standing teams in South Africa, Regicide. I remember back in the day, at this point, probably 8 months ago, I said it is their chance to make something happen. They've always been, in my opinion, what I said, the Sisyphean team, where they struggle to get that first place. But finally, it seems they've broken through to the pinnacle of Siege. Talking through the team, Divan, Mystic, Airy, Minted, and Elik. These guys have been a team for so long.
The funny thing is that in the South African Siege, anyone will say this, is that the South African scene with rosters is pretty unstable. Rosters tend to switch on the fly, and this has been one of the teams where it's actually been very stable. Obviously, we've seen the notable change of Elike coming in place of Mitch after his situation, which I don't think it's ever been rectified.
Yeah, I think that's still standing. I'm not too sure even what happened there.
So, but I don't think it's even been a downgrade for them because they've been performing, in my opinion, they've been performing better once Eli came in.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the most star-studded players on that roster. He's been doing so well.
And it's funny to think because he was in the CS scene for a long time. He hopped in here and he just managed to make it work.
I mean, gun skill. Talk about the current meta of Siege. Gun skill. If you win your fights, it works. I guess. You've got coaches. You yourself. I mean, you'd be on the more tactical and analytical side of Siege. But let's be honest. Every now and then, when you win a gunfight, you can win a game. But talking about winning gunfights and one of the strongest aim teams in South Africa. Here we go. Here's the roster. You all know and hate or love them. Cause of Figure, JMS, AML, and Sir Pancake, the undoubted kings of South African Siege. I believe the statistic we had earlier today, the discussion on Twitter, was 7 of the 10 tournaments these guys have entered as a team, they've won. It is incredible.
Yeah, it's a great statistic. Doesn't that statistic include the old ATK roster back when?
I do think it does, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I don't think this roster's been in that many
Yeah.
yet. But what's nice about this roster is you've got a very versatile roster. It's a lot more towards your standard Siege layout, where you've got someone who's dedicated to that hard support role. You've got someone who's dedicated to your entry frag and your flexes who are flexing around a bit. It's not like we've seen this trend in Siege where, especially OG I think we've done it quite aggressively, where there's seen this trend where people have been moving to more taking entry fraggers, taking your best 2 most consistent entry fraggers, sticking them on entry fraggers, and making the rest of the entry fraggers play the other roles.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the current EU meta, we've seen the recent roster changes where you don't really have hard support players. I mean, think about the general Pro League area, and I reference EUL here, but really we've seen a lot of teams, and especially here in South Africa, opt to not really have hard support players. You kind of have flex support, especially with fraggers. I mean, look to G2, they put Uno and Canto Ricchetti on a flex support. I mean, just examples like those should really tell you that the meta is changing. We're opting to have fraggers rather than hard support mains every now and then. We said it, especially when we were referring to Alec, CSGO man that came in, fraggers work.
Yeah, fraggers do work, but my issue with that and why I like the fact that ATK has still gone for this hard support thing is that it relies on the fact that your fragger has to be able to move onto that role and still feel comfortable. A problem we've had at OG for a long time is that we had Kaiko on support and he wasn't managing it. That's why we moved Cannibal in and it's been working a lot better for us there. It's very dependent on can you get that fragger to actually play the role properly.
Yeah, definitely. And let's highlight the 2 star players from both of these teams. The 2 highlight players I want to talk about, and the really players that if they show up, I see these teams taking it. Corza versus Divan in the head-to-head here. Main attacker for Corza, it's the Nomad and the Castle actually on defense. For Divan, it's the traditional Ash Jaeger main. Talk about the fraggers and the entry, 1.3 KD and 3.2 KD respectively. Now, keep in mind, this is the stats for the group stages. It has not been updated to include the playoffs, but just looking at these stats and looking at these players, what they've done in the past, Corza, it's uncontested. One of the best players in Siege. Divan, as well, has been making names and making a name for himself here in the scene. I really think if one of these 2 players show up, if both of them show up, wow, we're going to have a brawl.
Yeah, interesting was that Divan actually in their last playday these 2 had, where it ended up with the 2-0 obviously in favor of Bravado. Divan actually had a very slow start to the game, to both maps. He actually started off with, I think first map he went 0 for 4 before he finally found his first kill.
Wow. I mean, I guess it just comes back to the point where entry fragging, when you have a 1.3 KD like him, then obviously it's going to help your team. But when it starts to slump, that is why there are the highlight players for me. Yeah. Is Divan, when he's not showing up, Bravado are going to be struggling. We talk a lot about how they can just steamroll over some teams, but that is so dependent on them getting that opening frag in a lot of these engagements. If they can't get those, I think they're going to be at a back foot. Whereas you look at someone like Corza, who he plays a Nomad, he plays a Castle, 2 operators that you kind of put on that flex support role where you kind of want them to stay alive for longer in the game. And I think that is where ATK's investment is going to come in, is they're going to try and play those long games, the 20-second meta, the more passive style where they don't necessarily go for those opening frags, because in my opinion, at least Bravado Gaming, they are better in the frag department.
Yeah, look, when you say that one team's better in the frag department than the other, you've got to remember that these players are all highly skilled, and they've got at the end of the day, if I were to step into a comp game with them, I would get
Yeah.
007'd. So it's not like we're saying, oh no, Pancake or Corsair can't keep up with Devon and Frags. They certainly can. It's just a thing of, it's very contrasting playstyles here. ATK have always had a more structured playstyle when you look at them play. You can tell they've always got the same idea in their heads. As the round starts, they've all got the idea in their heads they're going. Whereas with Bravado, it's very much, they look at what they can do, they see, okay, where can we get our entry frag, and let's see if we can steamroll our way through it now.
Yeah, and talking about when it comes to those gunfights, obviously flashy teams a lot of the times, they garner the crowd support, and let's see what the social vote is for these teams transitioning over to it. There you go. Nice one. 69% for Bravado Gaming, 31% for ATK. That is strange because ATK, they have been the kings. When you think about it, surely people would be voting for them. But Bravado, I guess they have the bigger social presence. They have the underdog story in their favor. Are you surprised by the social vote?
Look, it doesn't really surprise me. The difference in the numbers does surprise me, but I was still expecting Bravado to have it on top purely because there are more. It's just everyone wants to support Bravado. They're the underdogs here. But if I look at, especially from the pro player scene, the semi-pros that we have in South Africa here, it doesn't surprise me that much because people have been watching, ex-Regicide for a long time. And we know they're a very strong team. We know that they're a team that they've always been in contention for winning a tournament the moment they step in.
Yeah.
And especially if you watch ATK in the last couple of days, they have been making lots and lots of small little mistakes that you shouldn't be making. I've seen a couple of misdrones from them.
Let's talk about the mistakes, and we're gonna go to the analyst segment right here, right now. Here we have the infamous clip. If you guys know what this is, you know. I'm gonna pause this at the right time. Oh, yeah. This is JMS trying to get the bandit trick off, and in the position, Corsair, he's standing in front of him. Let me play that back. Now, if you guys don't know what happened here, sometimes players fat finger chat, and there you see in the all chat, f/bracket/ds, he was spamming on his keyboard, stuck in place because his chat had locked and he couldn't move out of the way for JMS to fall back into bathroom, and he dies because of it. That is a textbook error.
You see, that's the type of error you wouldn't expect to see at this high level of play. Because let's be honest, his movement and his relationship with his fingers and the keyboard should be so good that you wouldn't expect him to accidentally fat finger and press something. So I don't know if his text key is like right next to his movement.
Mine is. I can't understand it.
Yeah, but it's the type of mistakes that you don't want having in this high level of play.
Yeah, most definitely. And let's now pan over to something else that's not a mistake. This is one of the biggest brain plays I've seen from both of these teams in quite a while. You'll see, and I'll highlight here, Jaeger is currently playing in projector room, and I'm going to pan this over. You should see they yellow ping this on the drone, and instantly, I don't know if it's caught on the stream here, but take my word for it, there's an Ash and a Jaeger down below trying to get the vertical play almost immediately and kill this player. Now, what you'd expect from Minted here on the Zofia is to open that top part of the wall. The Jaeger realized that. And if I fast forward on, you see the outline here. He's currently on Visa stairs. He rotated out almost perfectly in the 1 or so second that Minted had here, where he was on his drone and then switching to his main gun. The Jaeger swings on through, and just no matter what happens in the gunfight, that was well done. The gunfight does come out, and eventually Minted does win this, but still, I just want to talk about that round and get your opinion on that, because in my mind, that was a perfect outplay.
Look, it was the right decision for AML to make there. He had to get out of there, and he had to try and get that pick, especially since they were already a man down with the dock of Pancake dying. So, and especially as well, he did it right. The Zofia didn't know he was there initially. You can see here. He's already running past. The Zofia doesn't know he's there.
Yeah.
Where he misplayed it is that he didn't swing while the Zofia...
As well, barbed wire on the bottom. Even if you're a defender, it gives an audio cue.
Yeah, so he played it beautifully where he got into position here. What he misplayed was that I don't know if he assumed the Zofia knew he was there, and that's why he didn't swing immediately. But in hindsight, he'll be looking at that and he would have said, I should have swung that. It would have been a free kill for him.
Yeah, most definitely. And here, one of the plays you wanted us to highlight here, we have kind of two segments in this, but you'll see Sir Pancake and Figure, they're opening up the down below wall on a consulate bottom floor defense. And just talk us through this one. I'm just going to give you this one. This is your baby.
Okay, so what's interesting to me here is that, so when we saw this, we didn't know if we were going to go to ATK, go with Consulate to ATK yesterday. So I saw this, and then Cannibal and myself, we went into a custom game and we tried figuring out why they did this. And we couldn't figure it out. We looked with the K charge.
See, just explain to stream why you would usually think that this would happen.
Yeah. So our initial impression was maybe it's a way of stopping the K charge from either getting naded through the drone hole, because that's a very common way of dealing with it, or from being able to see the K charge from the vertical. Like you see here, they shoot it out and they try to increase the distance of that lip. But what we found
Usually
is
you'd put a K charge there.
Yeah, what we found is that from the nade, it still catches it through the drone hole, and it's the same with from above. You can still see the bottom of the electroclaw sticking out. So, but if you look later on, I think you...
Yes, I'm gonna pull that up right here. I'm trying to find it. I had it somewhere. Surely I have this. Come on, where'd I find? No. Okay, there we go. It's on the screen. There we go. See, they're going for this again, but look at who's up top. And I sadly did not pan over this while I was observing, but you'll see the attackers. They spawn here in, I think it's called police line. I'm not too sure. You can correct me on that one if I'm wrong. But you'll see the kill feed right now. There's a kill right there. They were so fixated on the outside play because, like we said, they're doing this again. They did this in the very first round. Now they can go back to this bomb site and they go for this play again. You said there's no real tactical advantage strictly in theory with this. Do you think this was literally just for the outplay for AML to get that kill?
I think it was for one of two reasons. I think one, it was to try and bait them and see if you could get a potential pick off of it. And I think as well, I think if you watched Redicide later in the rounds, you would have seen they didn't even try the vertical play. So I think as well, it was a mental thing of they just assumed, oh, we can't get it from the vertical now, so let's just go for another play.
Yeah.
I think it was a mental thing that, I don't know who came up with it. I'm going to say Tom here. If I'm wrong, Tom, please send me a Discord message, let me know. But I'm going to assume he came up with this idea of just trying to mentally play with them there, and it did work. It gets them a free kill. It stopped them from playing with the vertical. They struggled to get that wall open a lot, and they had to resort to fragging. So it was very interesting to me that they tried that, and I don't think I ever would have thought of it.
And here, there's another one of the plays you told me you wanted to highlight. It's your game, or your team's game against ATK, and I'm going to highlight this here for anyone that doesn't know. This is not normal. Usually, a player that's on catwalk, this is the position here called catwalk, it's a very powerful position, and usually you'd use it to allow yourself to hold an angle through here onto the main breach. You'd open up this wall, you'd blow it out. What they decided to do was double reinforce this wall. Talk us through why that is such an enigma.
What's the enigma about? Okay, so basically, for people that don't know, say there's any newbies here, the normal way of playing that is you'd either have one of two things, a rotate, or you're going to make a head height line to peek through.
Yeah, you're going to have a player here.
Yeah, you'd normally do that, and there's a couple of reasons for it. One, it means your person on rafters can rotate in and out quickly as necessary, and as well, if you've got the line, you can technically actually still control if anyone tries to jump in through the CC window at the bottom there of the screen there. And as well, you still get those angles through. But the disadvantage of doing that is that the moment the breach goes open, the person who's playing on catwalk, now instead of just having to try and watch the garage door and below them, now they're trying to watch the garage door below them and try and cover themselves from the breach.
Do you think then that they just fully committed to catwalk in a sense where they don't care about the main breach? The catwalk's players' only real objective is to deny garage.
Yeah, I think there's an old philosophy, an old saying that I've heard a lot, and I understand why people say it. It's whoever plays catwalk needs to know they're probably going to die there. So I think they've kind of gone and said, okay, let's use that philosophy. That person's going to play there to die. They don't give it up. They play, the only time they give it up is when they're dead. And even after they've lost catwalk, then they force them to funnel in through a single window there. That's the philosophy that they've gone through before with that.
Yeah, just a quick update for everyone on the stream that's not understanding what's going on. Currently doing the analyst segment. We're having a quick issue with the lobby. 2 of the players from the side of ATK having issues with their moss. We're just trying to resolve it. We'll have it back for you shortly. But luckily, this time around, we don't even have to waffle. We have things to talk about. And one of the talking points I wanted to bring up here is this round of ATK versus Bravado on Clubhouse. It was a 2v3. They collapsed onto the bomb site almost perfectly. They found 2 kills. They blew the site wide open. But sometimes I think ATK get either overzealous or they don't have enough information. Look at the drone count. 2 drones at this point in time in the pocket of the dead players. It's not looking good. Like, they don't have a lot of intel. On the top left of your screen there on the drone overlay thingy highlighted there for you. Sometimes you don't have any info, and this is really one of those moments. They find this kill and the site's blown wide open, but one of them is injured. Do you go for the revive in that scenario? Give me your opinion.
Well, look, in this scenario, it's a situation of I don't think they knew Eerie was up there. And they looked at the timer as they couldn't hear any sound close by in the site, and they had 50 seconds left on the clock. So for them, it's a thing of, okay, we don't hear him in the site on us. We've got 50 seconds. This is a free revive, and then I actually have cover to plant instead of trying to plant without any cover and hoping he doesn't swing me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there should have been a drone up here to spot Eerie. So this is, in my opinion, it was a mismanagement of drones on ATK. They should have known he had rotated up here and he was sitting on this hatch. It's a common strategy to do, and it's a strategy that can win rounds. It can win games sometimes. If you don't keep this guy in check who tries to rotate back up here.
Yeah, and here you see he goes for the injured player, he finds the final kill, and they win the round, just based off of that. And I'm going to highlight another one of these little oversights from, I believe this was, ATK again on the attack. Here, they're going for this top floor presence, and they've got kitchen control now. Figure is holding the vertical, and I believe there's a faint outline there of one of the players at the top of red stairs, but look at what happens now. You'll see another faint outline there. It's a Cade. He's on the bottom of red stairs. And just look at what transpires here. Sir Pancake, yes, he finds one onto red stairs. I believe it's red stairs. I'm not too sure where that kill came out from. But there's still the Cade there and the missed drone coming out from Causa. So unfortunate when now they start to go for these vertical plays. And this is when the Cade comes through, goes for the rotate, and I pose the question to you, do you think this is, again, an instance of ATK kind of misdroning? Because look at how many drones they have in pocket.
It's misdroning. To be honest, he should have droned that further. It's like we always say to my team, take the extra 5 seconds to drone and make sure you don't miss something. Because missing something can make a huge difference. If you had caught him there, you could have gotten a free kill. It would have been a 2v5. It would have been a much easier situation. Instead, you lost 2 people here to this Cade. 3 people to this Cade, 2 people to this Cade here, and now you've lost your advantage there that you had already gotten with your entry.
Yeah, it's really sad to see them kind of throw it away, I'd say. But I don't want to sound like I'm nitpicking on ATK, but here's another instance of where ATK kind of fumbled on the hard breach, but Bravado Gaming was so clean on the hard breach denial.
That's...
Yeah, just walk us through this one.
So if I can point out, one, the bandits bandit tricking, they should have, they've got the Thatcher nade there, so they obviously did try to deal with it somewhat. But anyone should know a good bandit tricker is going to know how to time it right with the Thatchers, because anyone, if you played this game, you can see the glow through the wall and you can hear the Thatcher nade land. But so the other thing that did screw them up there is that they made the mistake of they threw that one against the wall. That's a mistake that shouldn't be made. You shouldn't be throwing your second ace charge against the wall there, where it's not going to do anything. The only way I can describe it is it's a mistake that a copper makes. And then
I finally have someone beside me so that chat can't say I'm biased. You live in the bias. I mean, you're an OG coach.
Shout out to OG.
Easy. But I just want to give a quick update to everyone on the stream. Some of the ATK players are having an issue with their moss. If you don't know, I'm just going to give context to this. Moss is the anti-cheat software that we have. So it's really an integral part. We don't want to have any of these players not running Mars. Not that I doubt any of them, but it's just one of those things that we always need to triple check. So we're going to be going to a break screen. We should be back within the next 10 minutes, hopefully, but we're trying to get this issue solved. We will be back. Do not worry. Hello, we're back on the face cam again. We'll be back in, I believe, 10 minutes. We're trying to fix this. I'm so sorry, everyone. We could keep this analyst desk going, but we need to be involved in the sorting out of the scenario. We're going to have the representatives of each team come into the Discord. So I hope the issue can be resolved. I hope you guys understand. I believe we have around 100 people at the moment in chat. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. I hope that you can understand that we really need to go to this break screen. So we'll be back. Don't worry. But for the time being, this has been us. Cheers.
Holding you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the time, I can find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky, I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see brightly, I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Hello, we're back everyone, and luckily we didn't have too much of a difficulty here, so we're gonna be back. The lobby is ready, it is all set up. We're gonna throw it over to our beautiful casters, and let's see, what do you guys think? Welcome, Obzy and Phoenix.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you doing?
I'm chilling, and I'm so ready for you guys to keep this one going. It's gonna be an exciting match. I hope you guys are excited.
I'm really excited. It's going to be such a good matchup between these two teams. We have seen them play before, so this is technically the rematch, as some people like to call it. But we'll have to see who's better prepared in this matchup. Obviously, ATK did have some time playing yesterday against OG, where they beat them to come into the second spot in the grand finals. So they have really fought their way to here, as well as Bravado, which they beat ATK on Friday. So if you guys aren't familiar with those scorelines, you want to go check those out. But those were two really good games as well for these games that are coming up now, or this game. One game, sorry.
Yeah, well, talking about that, I'm so excited for you guys. We're gonna throw it over to you guys. You guys take it from here. Good luck, man.
Thank you very much. Mic is not working. William.
There we go. Mic is not working.
No.
I had my mic on mute,
I understand.
as it always is, and I was so excited on the intro. But then again, I'm back, and it's me, William Phoenix, or Will Phoenix, as Anya knows me, and I'm here with Justin, and we're about to see ATK and Bravado. It's going to be a hell of a banger, hell of a match, and it's a bit of a grudge match, as Justin said, and we are heading off to Oregon first.
Oregon is going to be a very interesting map for these two teams. Obviously, we heard from the analysts in the analyst desk right at the beginning, if you guys heard that Oregon is a really good map for Bravado, and ATK coming in as well. It's a good map for them, but Bravado really standing out on this map. It is one of their strongest maps. Now playing against ATK on it, it is their map pick after all, so it's a good map for them. We'll have to see how ATK choose to play on it, and if they'll be able to live up to those expectations that Bravado are now bringing forth from their side. ATK do have the preferred side. They are on the defense role starting off this matchup, so they are going to be a little bit in the favor, but we'll have to see if Bravado's attacks will support them. As the bans aren't coming through now, it is a Thatcher Maverick attacking bans coming out, so both just really supporting with those hard breaches to open up those walls. The Thatcher being a default ban for most teams, no team wants to play against it. Same with that Maverick, can really support on opening those walls and giving some easy lines of sight for the attackers to use to their advantage. Now the Clash being banned as well from the defense is a bit of a tricky one. Clash is also a very annoying operator to play against on the defense. She can really delay a lot of time, and I guess Bravado on the attacks don't want that to stop them at all.
Indeed, and the Maverick ban actually is a bit surprising coming from Bravado, seeing them as they're on attack. But I mean, if you want it out the way, you want it out the way, because it's a gamble with Maverick, right? In any line of sight, whether it's made by the attackers or defenders, goes two ways. So you have to have a little bit of confidence in whatever you're peeking. But Bravado being the team that loves to peek a lot and are very confident, I would imagine they would keep the Maverick. But clearly they know something we don't know, so we'll see what they have planned.
I do believe it is the matchup that ATK played previously. I'm not sure against which team it was exactly. I believe it was against Viben in their group stage match, but there was one later on where ATK did play on Oregon, and we saw how much of an impact that really made for their attacks, especially when they tried to take control of that master bedroom areas and the attic / big tower areas. That Maverick really just helps support opening that wall, because you can, instead of taking these full 2 hard breaches, you take a Maverick, which is still very flexible. He does have really good utility, have a good gun, and he has those nades to support him in trying to clear out those areas to take advantage of it. So I believe maybe Bravado just did their homework and really just tried to take that off of the board, because I believe it was ATK on James actually that played that Maverick extremely well in their previous matchup on Oregon.
Yeah, and before we continue, I'd just like to have a brief moment of silence for the teams that have fallen in this tournament. They put up a valiant effort, but it now comes down to this. ATK Bravado, the grand finals, 4 maps, I believe, and we'll see who is the winner. First site we're going to is Laundry, and they are extending into Elbow, as we saw there, and a bit of an extension as well into Kitchen, as also on the Oryx. It's going to be a bit of an annoying presence around that side. Seems like he's the only one roaming around that side, and as we see, James on the mirror, so the mirror is available. She is available, just use her, and she's going to be holding down that construction site. Didn't quite see well enough if she has any support on these stairs at all. So right now, of course, is jumping up onto the hatches, as we all know how the Oryx does it, and he's going to be holding down that top floor.
Eli here on that Kylie really going to be able to support opening those walls if they choose to go down to those areas. But currently he's just busy droning in his entry fragger Divan on that Ash to try and clear out these areas. He is getting that information of these 2 players located upstairs. It is Causa and AML there on that Jaeger, and Oryx just wasting time, really just trying to put pressure on these attackers, but in a passive way, as now Causa does get down there from that master bedroom double window that is minted to get the first pick, and some HP is traded off there as Divan gets picked off as well, but he does get refragged from Eli there on the Kylie, getting a pick for himself, now bringing that advantage back in favor of Bravado in a 4 versus 3 scenario. They do have full control of top floor, but now they have to start trying to make a push to get into those sites areas.
Eli using that sniper rifle as a makeshift buck or a makeshift sledge, working onto the classroom floors, trying to get someone below, but nobody's around there. So they're going to have to be making their way downstairs really soon. They can't be dealing with all of these roamers for this long. But as I say that, Minted does eliminate Pancake off the board, and that is the Kaid out of the question. Right now it's Figure and James left to clean up the mess for ATK. And they are going to be pressured from, I think, Freezer and possibly at the back tower stairs. This is looking really good for Bravado right now. They have the Zofia, the Kali, and someone else attacking Freezer. If I'm not sure, they're going to be opening that wall pretty soon. But James returns fire and gets one onto Minted. Figure getting a pick of his own onto Arian. Right now, they are equalized in man count.
25 seconds left on the clock. These 2 last remaining players of Bravado have to face against these 2 players of ATK as James gets the first pick. Now it's in a 1 versus 2 scenario, but there's a trade kill coming out from James as he gets the final pick for his team, because Figure was the last remaining player on the side of ATK, just getting those shots through, but it did go in the favor of James for that final pick. And ATK, even being in the deficit from the very beginning, now coming out on top of that round, just the mirror really supporting them in just holding that freezer area, putting so much pressure on those players as they chose to push through there. Just really well done from ATK to get their very first defending round, and in a fashion like that, really well deserved.
Yeah, they played it quite well there. They held their ground and they looked really comfortable. Pretty dull moment there for Kosa getting eliminated very early on that Oryx. I think he was prepared to do a little more damage than what he did, but obviously he was eliminated early. but it worked out well in the end. Going off to kids and dorms right now, ATK looking to make it a 2-0 lead, and Bravado possibly looking to equalize this. What do you think is going to happen this time around? Last time we saw these teams, they had a little bit of a back and forth in one of the maps, and yeah, do you think it's going to be the exact same outcome somehow during the match?
Well, so far we can't really tell much, but I believe it could be that in the end. But it's usually stated, or that we've seen from most of the matches that we have casted and seen throughout the tournaments, that whoever gets the first round off of the map is usually the one that it tends to take it. But from yesterday's matchup, that was not the case at all, because it was most of the times that either one team was getting the first round and then the other one ended up winning the match. So we have to see how this plays out. But I do believe in this matchup it is going to be pretty close, especially we do know Bravado as Oregon is one of their strongest maps, so they still have a lot to show into this. They just have to still get into that game, as it is only the second round of this matchup.
Yeah, and hopefully we're not going to be seeing any fat finger button pressing from Corsa. And I mean, as I know, I'm just a general player and I have my text chat disabled completely. So you should take advice from me. I mean, just disable the chat completely. And that's what I would say. That's what I would say. But he's the pro. I'm just a caster. We will continue. And yeah, we see an attack from Bravado coming from tower side of things. They have 4 players onto there, and Elak on the IQ on the other side. If he doesn't take care of that Valkyrie cam that was thrown real earlier on, it might become a serious problem for them. And we'll see if it helps ATK in the long run.
This setup here from Bravado really looking very interesting. They don't have any presence from the other side of the map. They are all situated in big tower to get control of that that attic wall. As you see, they do now have presence in meeting as well to support that, as there is some delay on that attic wall. That K charge really just supporting ATK at the moment in delaying that. But Corsa gets the first pick as he picks off Minted. Actually, I believe that was from Small Tower, and Pancake adds to that as he picks off that Ash off of the board. I believe that was from Addict. Now the advantage going in favor of ATK in a 5 versus 3 scenario, where just the last remaining players of Bravado just really having to try and bring it back. But there is another pick coming out here from AMR, and he's being contested here by this IQ, just missing some shots, and he gets traded onto 1 HP, but peeking once again. He swaps to the pistol, and he comes out on top there and winning the gunfight, now bringing his team a bit closer and a bit more stable, as they do now have their first pick for this round.
Elak was flying close to the sun right there with a C4 right next to him, and unlucky for AML, switching to the pistol and continuing the gunfight, lost him his life. They're now a man down, but Bravado is 3 men down, left with 2 men, Mystic and Elak, to do the dirty work right now. They have managed to breach into Attic, and they've been contested by Figure on those smoke canisters. If they can eliminate him from that shield, though, then they might have an easier way into sight. Smokes get popped off, but the toxic smokes as well get popped off. And James with a C4 onto Elak. He's off the board, and now it's down to Mystic, and that's not going to happen as James closes it out with another round for ATK.
Very interesting start here for this matchup. Obviously, ATK do have the defense to start off with, and that is the favorable side for a map like Oregon. It is heavily defender sided, but we know Bravado as the more, I would say, kings of Oregon, as most people want to call them, and ATK, well, the kings of Villa. Villa was banned from Bravado because they didn't want to play ATK on Villa at all. But now at the moment, the score is looking very much in favor of ATK. As you can see, they are currently 2-0 up, but Bravado not really showing much just team play at the moment. They're playing well together. They do have a set plan and that's what they want to do, but it's not being executed to the full potential. They get into those areas. There was a full 5-man in that big tower / meeting area to try and gain control of that attic wall. There was no other presence from the master bedroom area to pinch out those defenders and put pressure on them. So it just felt like in that round, ATK were comfortable throughout the round because there was no pressure being put out there by Bravado. They really do need to try and adapt that and change that up if they want want to try and get themselves back into this game, because at the moment it looks like they're trying things that are not likely to work out because the defenders are just working in those areas that are given up by those attackers and not being taken away.
10 seconds left.
True, and maybe they're just testing the waters right now, but you don't want to be doing that for too long, in my opinion, because the more your opponents get run away with the score, the more trouble you're going to have when we switch the sides over. But yeah, it is true. They are attacking kind of together, but when it comes to the tiny little details and pushes, it seems to me that they're pushing the opponents one by one. They're giving the opponents their ones, and ATK is winning those right now. On the previous matches, as we saw, ATK was struggling in that department, and I believe they're not underestimating them right now. Right now, they're taking the fight to them, and it seems to be working out for ATK. The attack is as normal as it has been, coming from the top, as the site is in dining and kitchen this time around, and AML is stuck in small tower by choice, that is, and he's going to be contested. Oh, he's with Sir Pancake. So he's got company, and he's going to be dealing with a Minted. If Minted doesn't know this, he will be in very big trouble.
This defense coming out here from ATK, it looks like they're trying to hold this top floor for as long as possible, and AML just playing in the small tower area is really going to put pressure on that, because I believe they were relying on Bravado trying to go for the thermite trick with the hard breach above small tower to open up the dining walls, but it doesn't look like Bravado are choosing to do that, as they do have the ace. They are trying to take full control of top floor, and speaking of control, they do take the control of this round, getting the first pick. That's Divan to take James off of the board, and a C4 comes swinging out there, but it doesn't connect onto anything, and now there's just this pressure coming from vertical, shots being missed there from both players, and in the end Bravado do have the advantage now, as now the players from ATK have also decided to rotate off out of these areas, but the drone work's still coming through from Bravado, as they are unsure of what locations they do have access to.
AML with a cheeky line of sight onto that small tower window that Minted possibly knew about, but he's fallen off of that. Oh, and now AML getting a pick onto Irie, and as I think Bravado got a pick onto somebody else, I think it was Figure from ATK. So they're trying to lessen the blow right now, but ATK came back with a trade, so they still have a man advantage, and right now they're destroying drones and just falling back. Corsa rotated all the way from Freezer all the way up there again, and AML gets another pick, eliminating Divan, putting him down to a 3-3. Wait, that was
some shots being missed here from the two players, but Kyle does capitalize on that as he gets the first pick onto AML. Now 3 versus 2 situation, 18 seconds left on the clock. These last remaining players of Bravado are trying to go for this execute. They are attempting to get this plant down, but there is a rotate here coming from this bathroom area. Will it be watched as the shotgun does come through? 2 picks for ATK. That's Pancake and Corsa to add onto the board, but there's one traded back, and now it's a 1 versus 1 scenario where Mystic versus Corsa, the AK-12 versus that shotgun SMG-11 combo. Who will come out victorious in this scenario, as the angles are just being held at the moment? Mystic does have this shield to watch his small tower area. He also does have the breach open to try and peek and just waste time. He will waste time as the shots are coming through, both on 25 HP. Now who will come out, as Corsa has to go for that defuse. 13 seconds left on the clock. He's trying to fake out this diffuser, as Mystic now just going to play time and going to peek him, but Corsa doesn't have enough time, as Mystic eventually peeks out and gets the final pick for his team, and now brings Bravado into a 1-2 scoreline, where they have finally won their very first attacking round, and a much better attacking round from their side, if I must say so myself.
That was a very close call there. Had Corsa stayed in that bathroom area and just kept spraying with that shotgun, he might have been able to catch the ace trying to jump out of that situation. But, you know, easier said than done, and hindsight is 2020. And yeah, Bravado managed to pull out a win on that one, and they're now starting to catch up on the score count. But ATK taking it back to laundry room and supply room. We'll see what, well, they didn't need to change much on this side, right? They successfully won that round, and convincingly at that. So I don't think they need to do much. Bravado needs to somehow restructure their attack, or they possibly know exactly what they did wrong, and they'll probably fix that, and we'll probably see a different round this time.
Indeed, we will, because previous round, which ATK did defend Laundry, was in favor of well, Bravado, and then it came back to ATK, but now Amo losing almost all his HP, being dropped to just below 25 HP there. The shotgun shot that came out there from Figure as he tried to open some angles, just now putting him in a very difficult location to play, because he has to now roam with less than 25 HP. It's going to be so difficult for him to actually keep himself alive upstairs, especially when just one wrong step will take his life away, because one bullet can surely just pick him off at the moment. But he is trying to attempt to bring that back with the spawn pick, but at the moment he won't find anything as the players are in the safest locations.
Positioning is going to be key for AML at this point, and you know, your opponents don't know that you've lost a lot of health, right? So you might as well just peak your confidence and just take every gunfight like it normally is. Don't let it get into your head. So maybe he'll do that, and he might surprise us and come up with a couple of kills. But right now, it seems like ATK is holding up top, and Bravado is going to try to take up top with an attack onto Attic now with the Ace. And the Ash is going to be approaching whoever's roaming up top, which seems to be, of course, on the Oryx and somebody on the Mute.
Koza now deciding to drop this kitchen hatch, and he is safe away, but losing all his HP on 25 HP as well. So two players on ATK side are low on HP. That brings the advantage all the way in favor of Bravado. If these players do get spotted out, they will surely be taken out with ease. And now, as there is a drop coming through, both players decide to drop into freezer, just saving their lives rather than throwing them away from that pressure coming out by Bravado, as now they do have full control of this top area, but they still have to try and work down into that freezer and laundry area, as it does look like they will try and take from there. The mirror window will also put a lot of pressure on them, as it is still intact once again.
Yeah, so essentially what ATK has done, they have reset the floors twice now. They've reset top floor and they've reset the first floor, and now they're all back in sight, even though they've lost a lot of health, but they are back into positions that they want to end up in, even though it was a little too early. But Bravado now has 51 seconds to make some sort of an execute and eliminate a couple of players, because you do want to get a couple of picks before that execute, or else it's just going to be a flurry of just kills and a mess, and that's not what you want to deal with. But right now, smoke canisters popping off, and Corsa's playing a very dangerous angle by peeking the wrong way. Somebody's gonna swing, and he gets downed, and Mystic finishes Corsa off, and Mystic gets a double for himself onto Sir Pancake. But there was a trade-off from somebody from ATK, and ATK loses a lot of members right now. Pistol from Mystic, eliminating Figure and getting another round for Bravado.
What an explosive round from Bravado. There we go from his side, just pushing straight in with that pistol from that bunker area. Bravado just decided to completely swap out their attacks. They knew they had top floor control, and then they saw, okay, that mirror that was contesting them in that bunker area from that electrical box was taken out, because they had control of that meeting hatch. So they decided to rotate all the way through there to push from both that side and push from that main stairs slash tower stairs as well areas, and then just completely funneling onto ATK's defense and not letting them play safe at all, because they did not expect the full out aggressiveness coming out near to the end of that round. It really just paid off in favor of Bravado, as now we see an even scoreline once again, a 2-2 coming out from these two teams, just really showing that both teams are in it to win it, and especially want to take this very first matchup.
So if Corsa doesn't look right in that situation, does the round go different?
I'm not actually sure, because he was being contested by those tower stairs. So I think it was just that trying to watch out for that hatch drop that I believe somebody might have given him the call for, and then switching back to the other angle. It was like, in the end, he either gets shot from the angle that he was watching originally, or gets shot from the other angle that he was not watching at all. So,
but Minted was the danger, though. The immediate danger was Minted at that time around. And they knew it because he actually heard the sound. And that's when he aimed at the door. And then if he got the call that somebody was coming tower stairs, then I think there should have been more trust on his teammates to watch that side of things. So in my opinion, I believe he doesn't look right. That round might have turned different. But again, hindsight is 2020. We'll carry on to the next round, which seems to be kids and dorms. And as I believe, ATK won kids and dorms before, so they're coming on to this one with confidence. But the score is now 2-all apiece. Going off to the 5th round. This is going to be quite an intense last couple of rounds.
It will be, as now we do see a different attack coming out from Bravado. They're no longer taking full control of that tower area. They do have some players from below here in this green corridor, as Causa loses a lot of HP. He is playing in this area, but he does have a teammate to support him. That's AML that gets the first pick. And now these last two remaining players, well, Pancake get one and AML gets a second, but he's being contested here by security as he gets refragged by Eli here on the Ayana in this area, but Causa now still has to worry out for two of these players going to try and pinch him. He is having a 1v1 congestion here with this player, just pre-firing both angles, and he loses the gunfight as Eli comes out on top, trying to finish him off there with the nade, as he does know that there is pressure from that kid's hash from above. Minute 30 left on the clock. Two remaining players from Bravado now have to try and take it all against these full 3 HP players on ATK.
An explosive moment right there in the kitchen area side of things. AML and Causa causing a lot of damage, eliminating Devon, Mystic, and Minted. Right now, it's Justin said, leaving Eli in the area to clean up the mess. Eli on about 20-25 HP left, pushing up to white stairs. Going to be contested by the Kaid, and Ari pushing up onto a bedroom side of things. Possibly there's going to be another call made as he takes out James. James, I don't know if he was throwing a C4 or not. Yes, he was throwing a C4. That's the C4 that's been taken out by Eli. A little bit of a standstill right now as they try to find out who wants to make a move first. And the C4 is going to be ripped and tossed by Sir Pancake, but doesn't connect anything. But he does connect these shots onto Ari, and Pancake turns around and gets his shots off onto Eli as well. And an amazing round by ATK to take that one.
Well done there from ATK. A very explosive round coming out from both teams. Just there, a full-on brawl in that kitchen area. It wasn't even a sight, and they were just trying to fight who would take control of it first. The advantage went in favor of ATK, and then came back from that as the two players did get picked off. But then Bravado still in the disadvantage area, now having to try and clutch in a 2v3. They did get a pick, bringing it back to a 2v2, but still, when Pancake was just watching those angles and just waiting patiently, there was no over-aggression coming out from ATK. That was perfectly played from him in that scenario. He knew the locations of both players. He took the gunfight 1-for-1, not trying to fight them both at the exact same time, and he came out on top there. So well done from him to try and bring that back on his team. And well, now we do see ATK in the advantage of this map. I do believe it is going to be very close, 1-for-1, as we have seen a lot of action coming out from both teams, but we'll have to see if Bravado can win this laundry attack once again, or if ATK will fix up their mistakes. They have already fixed it, as AML is still on 100 HP and has not lost all his HP from that shotgun once again. There's also an adaptation that there's no Oryx being played this time. There's a Cade on the board.
Yeah, which is going to deter any hatches being taken out, because Bravado has been going for those hatches. Well, the E-box hatch, that is. The freezer hatch has been taken out by Causa because he was playing that Oryx, which made their rotation a bit easier. So right now, we're not going to be seeing them in the top floor at all. And we'll see if it kind of does play into their plan, because now Bravado doesn't know about this, right? So is the attack still going to be trying to clear from the top, or are they just going to drone it out as quickly as they possibly can and just take it from the first floor down? Sometimes you can never be too careful, and sometimes you can be too careful and waste a little too much time.
AML, yeah, on the roam down below in that dining areas, going to be contesting these two players from Bravado as they try to take control of those areas. He's just sitting here waiting patiently for the move from Bravado to happen so that he can take advantage of this as he is getting closer and closer from into this door. He is getting the live pings from these locations of these players, so he's just waiting patiently to take advantage of these areas. I do believe that ping was pointing to that corridor, but there's nobody there as he does get droned out. Now his location will be known as Eli does contest him and he wins that gunfight, taking him out, now bringing the advantage in favor of Bravado with a 4 versus 5. They still do have a minute 30 left on the clock to work with, but they still have to get control of those hatches. They do have a Twitch to support them, but that Cade is really going to put pressure on them to try and get those Cade charges off.
Yep, Bravado is starting off clinical right now. They managed to eliminate AML and take him off the board, and they haven't lost any HP besides from the Ash, who has taken a little bit of damage, not sure from where. Toxic canisters flying off a little early this round. The pressure is coming down onto ATK. They're one man down, and Bravado has finally made their way onto somewhat of the positions that they want to be. So an execute is going to be happening anytime soon, paired up with a couple of kills flying left, right, and center.
The kills coming out there. There's another kill to add on to C4 from James. Just picks off Airy. That's the Twitch of the board now. A 4 versus 4 scenario where 40 seconds left on the clock. These players have to try and push into these areas as Mystic is down. Figure just contesting here with this FNG now, and he does know the location of the Sophia, and Sophia very low on HP. There will be a peek here coming out from Corzo as he's just sitting here patiently waiting for this angle to take advantage of it. There we go, there's the pick. Minted does get the refrag onto Figure as Mystic gets finished off eventually, but now still coming down to a standstill. 15 seconds left on the clock, a 3v3 scenario as now the players have to push through. There's Corzo off of the board as Airy gets that pick, and then it's James to go down as well as Minted finishes him off. The plant is being attempted as Minted gets the final pick there onto Sir Pancake and brings the match back to an even scoreline, as now it is a 3v3 scenario on the split as Bravado now go to their defense half.
Bravado is back, but not counting ATK out at all. The score is 3-3 apiece, and we're switching over, so ATK will be attacking and Bravado will be defending. Wonder if we're gonna see a same explosive side of things this time. So we do see Figure on the Habana, James on the Kali, and Kosa on the Nomad. And from the other side of things, Mystic switching over from the Valkyrie to the Ella. Not sure why, and Aruni on Irie and Minted on the Kaid. And they're going to Kids and Dorms first. So quite different to what ATK did. They went all the way to Laundry first, and now Bravado is going all the way to Kids and Dorms, which is most of the time the preferred site to go to first for most players. So we'll see what difference they're going to be making this time around. Aruni is in play, so that's going to be interesting to see.
Very interesting one indeed from those 6 picks. Those Aruni gates really going to support here on the defense, but as well, just speaking about that Twitch a bit from James, the 6 pick from the Kylie onto the Twitch. I believe it is to help with utility, but that Kylie would have supported a lot better against those Cade claws coming out from the Cade that is being played by Bravado. That Twitch drone can be easily shot out by the defenders if it is spotted, and especially in areas when Attic, where they have to try and get it through the drone hole, where one of the players might be watching it in the end, or there might be delay for it. So in the end, I'm just very skeptical about that 6 pick, because the Kylie could have supported, but maybe it was just for the gun and the utility in the end, as we do open up the round there as Eli gets the very first pick off of the round, and that's Pancake off of the board. So enough of me rambling on about helping support the breaches. The hard breacher has now been taken out. The main hard breacher, there is still Figure on that Ibana, but just Pancake on that Ace is now not going to be able to try and open that main bedroom breach at all, which is just very unfortunate for ATK's side, but really good opening for Bravado to start off their defense.
Yep, a good opening indeed. And about that Twitch drone, I mean, there's no ways you flying a Twitch drone past these players, right? It's just, I don't see it happening. And if it does, then it's just an oversight, that's all. And an oversight from James on I think it was the Twitch himself, that's the one we were talking about, is being eliminated off the board. So no Twitch joining going to be happening in this round at all, which leaves a Figure, AML, and Corsa to finish up at the work this round. But all 5 players from Bravado are alive and well, in exception to Devon on half HP. So they're sitting comfortably right now in their respective positions, and ATK is going to have to shake things up if they want to come back on this round.
There's still so much utility in favor of both teams. Actually, still 5 flash grenades and 4 smokes coming out from the defense here are really going to be able to support them to try and clear out these areas, especially those Aruni gates, but they have no way to push into. Those angles are just being watched by Bravado at the moment. We do see now the Cade Claw get taken off of that main breach, as now Figure will decide to try and open it eventually, but still 3 players trying to push into one area is going to be very difficult. It's just going to be a fragging fest, as we do see it going to start happening as AML is sneaking up this armory stairs area, as now he will try and contest this Ella playing in this trophy area. He does know the location. He is sitting close with that shotgun, so he'll be able to come out on top here if he doesn't get pinched from these 2 locations. And Figure looks the wrong direction and he gets picked off by that shotgun, and now it's all up to the last 2 remaining players of ATK to try and clutch this out. They're in separated locations, as now just Pre-Fire is coming out with the shotgun, trying to find the location of AML, as now Mystic does choose to rotate off, but Corsa being contested here, and the shotgun just getting him as well. That's a double kill for him, and a 1 versus 5 situation where AML is in the disadvantaged area. He has to try and clutch this out. He won't be able to, as he's just going to sit tight, just wait for these players to peek into his areas, and will just let the time play out as they don't know where he is situated. And that's another round in favor of Bravado for this matchup.
Yeah, ATK played that round, well, in those last 9 seconds, they played it as best as they could, right? There was only 3 of them, and all 5 Bravado players were alive. They tried to get into positions, as you saw, the Habana, I think that was Corsa, may be wrong at that. So he was in bedroom, somebody was armory side, and yeah, so what they wanted to do was separate Bravado's players. But the one mistake came down by misdroning the Ella in trophy side of things, and that was just the downfall right there. She ended that round for ATK. But moving along now, going to laundry and supply room for Bravado. They haven't defended that, so they're kind of doing things normal, I guess. Well, in a normal fashion, in a normal order, going from kid's bedroom down to a laundry, and we'll see what they have planned for this site.
Normal is what you say for the side rotations, but that round was not normal, if I may say so, because it's just like Bravado had the control from the very beginning, and they did not let it escape their grasp at all. They didn't give ATK anything to go. That was, I believe, a flawless round for them. So it's just from them going from winning their last and final attack to coming and playing on their defense and having a flawless round to win it out, especially in a manner like that where ATK just got picked off without even knowing that they got picked off in those locations. It's just amazing to see how Bravado are performing at the moment. But for ATK, however, they really do have to try and change up what they're doing at the moment on their attacks, because they still do have so many more attacking rounds to go through if they want to try and get control of these areas. But it's going to be difficult for them because these mirror setups are just going to stop them from getting control of these areas as well. There is no player playing in that elbow area in Bunk, so in the end they do have free control of that, but that mirror window is not going to allow that for them.
That is true. And right now, the difference is that Bravado is not going to be extending onto elbow at all. So construction may be free, but not for long, as they do have players onto pillars. So they'll be contesting it right now. Corsa and a Figure, AML and Figure are going to be going down tower stairs. So they're going to be met by, I believe, is the Jaeger. It might be somebody else. And the Malusi of the Eli on that a big door by pillars. He's going to be contesting the net. Mystic is going to be the problem child in this situation. If they're not careful, as ATK has not been careful in a past couple of rounds, if they don't drone out Mystic, he can cause a lot of problems for them.
now that mirror window being taken out there from the attackers of ATK, they do have control of that, so they will not be contested that heavily to try and take control of that bunk area. But we do still see 3 players situated around that tower area as AMO is trying to contest there, but he gets contested by Mystic with that SMG-11. As he wins the gunfight, but there is a trade-off as James gets the first pick onto Eli. That's him off of the board, and now a 4 versus 4 situation. There's still a minute 10 left on the clock, so enough time for ATK to work on their attacks. They also still do have that Jackal giving them information on the locations of those players, but so do the defenders. They get another pick from there. That's Divan to pick off Pancake. He has used some of his Selmas, but not enough to open up any of those breaches, so now it will be very difficult for ATK to try and gain control of that. So speaking of the Jackal, as Corza gets his first pick, that is the refrag onto Divan, now bringing it into a 3 versus 3 situation with 35 seconds left on the clock.
And as Justin sends it off, Mystic gets a pick onto Figure, so leaving Corsa and James all in their lonesome. But another pick from James onto Mystic, shutting him down and softening the blow on their attack. So right now, Corsa's moving down onto Pillars, so he might be able to get an attack off and smoke canisters fly off, but he is going to be contested onto that hallway. This is looking incredible right now, but Airy and Minter do get a pick onto James and Corsa, ending the round for them and getting a round 4. Bravado running away with it right now, Justin, and it seems like ATK is unable to catch up.
So I guess the caster curse from our side is just working in favor of Bravado at the moment. We're saying how good their Oregon actually is, and we can see how good it is on their defense. The attacks right at the beginning weren't the best from their side, but then they really started picking up things and really started getting rounds. They won 2 rounds and won the 3rd there at the end, and now they've won 3 consecutive rounds in a row from their attack onto their defense, winning both their defending rounds. At the moment, it's looking really good for them because they're just using that utility and wasting as much time as possible, like a defender should be doing. They're not allowing ATK to get any free control of any area without it being heavily contested from the beginning and then falling back later on into those site areas. We saw how heavily congested that tower area was. Same with the pillar and the pillbox area where those players were situated. So it's just like Bravado at the moment aren't allowing ATK to really push in at all. They're just keeping them out for as long as possible. Yeah, it's getting very close to the rest of the to the end of the round, where then there's trades coming out from ATK and trying to bring it back, but still Bravado is on top in that area. They're still holding it out till the very end and just wasting all the time that ATK needs to push into those site areas.
Yeah, and I mean, Bravado played it so I don't want to say too basic, but that was quite simple, really. They just held down positions that they needed. They held it down for as long as they needed, and they fell back. Even though it was really close to site, they just fell back when they really needed to, and it was down to 2v2, and yeah, it's just one of those. If it's a 2v2 or 1v1, it's just down to who guns down who first. Right now, they've headed over to meeting and dining, and yeah, we'll see what's the plan this time around. They are holding a little bit on the top floor, courtesy of the Jaeger and the Malusi, so we'll see if there's any fights going to be happening up top. Well, there are going to be fights happening up top. We'll see who wins those fights.
Now the utility coming out here from ATK as they're trying to take control of the small tower areas. They do have control of it as James is just using the vertical control here, and there's the opening pick for ATK as Figure picks off Kyle. Eli, the Malusi off of the round now. Not going to be able to do anything much with that MP5. He still has his utility out on the map, so that's going to support in the round as ATK tried to push into those areas, but that small tower wall is open in dining. So now it's a very quick, easy execute for ATK if they choose to play their cards properly. We do see AML taking aggressively as Figure gets another pick for himself. That's 2 off of the board for him. That's minted off, and now AML does have control of the shower area and dining as now ATK are trying to take this very aggressively. Airy is down. That's the mirror off, and Figure just on a roll at the moment. That's a 3k for him as Divan tries to run up on top. The Airy is still down. I believe he didn't actually finish off the kill. He got a different pick, and now the plant is being attempted. It's all up to Devon in a 1 versus 5 situation. He does do a lot of damage onto AML, but it's the plant down. He has to do it all. He has to peek into 5 different angles. At the moment, ATK are just going to play time. They're just going to wait for those angles, and they're just going to try and contest into those areas and really just try and waste time and see how that goes through.
Yep, we've seen this situation before, especially on the analyst desk, and right now it's down to Bravado as well on this situation. He has to find all 5 players. Does he pick up the man to help him? But no, he picks himself up a kill. But it's all going to be for naught because time is running out, but Corsa does finish him off. And that's another round for ATK. ATK not bowing down to this. They've had enough, they said, and just rushed straight into sight. And yeah, they're coming back right now. But is it enough though? That's the question.
That is the real question. It is one round bringing them one step closer to evening out the scoreline. So it is a good start. But that was a very aggressive attack coming out from ATK. They just used that aggression to their advantage. Bravado did not prepare for that aggression, as that opening pick just led the aggression straight through for ATK. They had control of those areas. They had control of Small Tower, and then getting bathroom and dining in such a quick manner. They didn't even need to try and clear up top, which Bravado was planning on to contest. They were just playing up top, holding those areas, trying to waste time, but ATK did not let that be the problem for them. They knew what happened in the previous rounds, that Bravado is just wasting their time and just holding those areas and not allowing them to really take control of the map, where then ATK said, listen, okay, if they're doing that, let's just swap what we're doing and go straight for site. And that's what they did, and it worked exceptionally well for them. So if they can try and do that again, it's going to be very difficult on a site like kids' dorms and bunks, but we have to see how they can try and do that as well. If that opening death doesn't happen once again, then they will be able to do a lot better than they did in the previous attack on this kids and bunk area.
Something quite funny, but it is related, I do promise, is that when ATK gets on the momentum, they really ride the momentum. And somebody by the name of Olympus, as you all know, did mention earlier on that ATK needs to win the first 2 maps if they want to win this thing overall, to ride out that momentum. So that round kind of proved their playstyle and their mentality kind of thing towards the game, that they want to ride the momentum, they want to keep the momentum and not slow down. So hopefully we're going to be seeing that this round. They're just going to carry on the momentum shift and bag another round for themselves. Or will Bravado wake up and say, hell no, we're going to shut you down right here, and yeah, you're not going to succeed at all.
Just want to speak about this pick here from ATK. I didn't even see it until it happened now. Is they bring a thermite. So an interesting pick, especially for a player like Figure. He's not the most common to play on that thermite role. He's usually playing on the banner or the flex role slash somewhat of an entry role, but now playing on that thermite, just being dedicated to that hard breaching role, whereas Hibana is more of, you know, a fragging hard breach. So that's very interesting, but he's still doing his utility job there, as now it's working out a lot better for ATK, as they do have control of that attic breach, and well, there's still Kali charging to try and support to get that main wall, which it looks like Pancake will get straight on to doing right now, as he is going to open up that attic as well to put pressure onto those 2 players playing in that area.
This is as classical as it gets, Justin. The thermite breaching attic, Ace breaching the bedroom. Bravado is in a serious position right now, but not as serious because he says, I'll get a pick, but so Pancake does refrag him, and now it is down to a 4v4. ATK has both sides open and have attic open and possibly full control of attic. Of course, on that Nomad putting up the air jabs. AML downstairs trying to scout out if anybody's trying to pull off any flanks. But right now, it is a little bit of a standoff. But with 46 seconds left, ATK has to come up with something, because if they allow Bravado to just get back into position or just relax a little, they might collect their thoughts. And Mystic has collected his thoughts and collected another kill onto Figure. This is looking terrible for ATK right now, as Devon takes another pick onto AML. ATK has to come back from this. Corsa answer Pancake left, and Corsa answers back with a kill onto Dan. And why, oh my, something has to happen right now. 3v2 is the man count. Corsa jumps in but gets eliminated from the back by Airy, and somebody else is shooting at the Mute. The Mute turns around and finishes him off with an SMG-11, and that's another round for Bravado. ATK in trouble right now as Bravado gets into match point.
This is looking very scary for ATK because Bravado obviously have the one map advantage because they came from the upper bracket finals. They beat ATK in the upper bracket finals and they took that one map advantage for them in this grand finals. And now being on match point, ATK really have to try and bring this one back. They have to win this game if they want to keep themselves going. If they are 2-0 down in this series, it is going to be extremely difficult for them to try and take it all the way to the very fifth map, or not fifth, sorry, fourth map, because the fifth map is that map advantage for Bravado. But currently ATK, their attacks, they have the plan, what they're supposed to be doing, they are trying to execute it, they do get the advantage, and then it just becomes very sloppy in the end. They do not have that information to really support them. You were saying that there was nobody in attic, and I saw Mystic playing in that attic area, just holding in the area. He did not move. They did not know his location. They did not have a drone on him to make sure that it was clear before Figure pushed in, and then he took advantage of that and he picked him off. And then the rest of his teammates of ATK were just not in locations to really refrag that pick. So in the end, it's just these ATK players are trying to play very split up to take from multiple angles, but they're not putting pressure on Bravado, and Bravado are just playing very safe at the moment, feeling, you know, very comfortable in these areas and not letting the pressure get to them whatsoever. And they're just striving at the moment. So for ATK, they really do need to try and bring this back if they want to keep themselves in this game.
Yep, I do agree with that. And just analyzing that round a bit, I think Corsa situating himself onto a big window, sometimes it's a good thing, right? You want to catch any players rotating as your other teammates kind of pinch from the other sides. But I think if he was situated closer to his teammates, maybe he could have made a much bigger impact. I don't know at that, but it just seemed like he was all on his own on that other side, and everybody was just pinching from crucial sites, that is. But right now, it is match point to Bravado and ATK on the attack now. And as Justin said, ATK does know what they want to do. It just falls apart at the end, and they cannot afford to let anything fall apart in this round at all if they want to take it or equalize it or get close to equalizing this round and the next one.
A very aggressive attack coming out here from ATK as the C4 goes swinging through, but it doesn't do any damage to AML there as he has free control of this freezer area. They will try and open this freezer wall now very shortly as Pancake is situated in that area as well. So he will start to get that open. He has thrown one of his ace charge above there on the little AC unit, which is very unfortunate. So he will not be able to use that further. But now just ATK have control of this freezer area. So now they can really put a lot of pressure on these defenders as a player does get spotted out. That's Divan to lose all his HP, but Pancake gets down from I'm not sure where, but he will be able to be picked up if the angles are held there to try and support that. But for now, he will just stay in that down but not outstate. A minute left on the clock, and it's come back to a standstill where it's 5 versus 5. Bravado have retaken control of Freezer there by the little green box as Kyle is playing in that area to support him, but now ATK have to try and push in here, and they're in this very stagnant area once again, and it is very difficult for them to take control of these areas.
Well, the smoke canisters are going to be flying in to block any line of sights, which means an execute is nearby, but the diffuser's all the way in. Freezer stuck with Pancakes, and right now he's all alone that side, which leaves AML and Figure as Mystic and Airy are just going off. Kills coming in left, right, and center. The last one being a Figure onto Minted, but Mystic ends it off. Bravado takes the game and the map onto Oregon. Oh my, what a game.
Can I just say that those smokes that came through, I wanted to say, but you carried on there, is that the Warden just being able to use that to his advantage And then getting so many picks off of that from the end, it really just shows that utility base coming out from Bravado, really just supporting them in that round. It was a 5 versus 5, and then it went in favor of Bravado as just there near to the end that Warden just really supported them. We see Mystic score here going 16 for 8 in that match. Just completely fragging out of his mind. We did see him have a couple rounds where he clutched up and he got those 3 to 4 Ks, and then just there at the end using that utility to support them. ATK trying to go into that 5 versus 5 situation and trying to push into the laundry freezer areas, not able to do that whatsoever because that Warden was just supporting Bravado's defense. Really just shows how well Bravado set up for their defense and just use those operators to really support them in that round. But enough from our side. We will go into the analyst desk just for this time being, as we do have a short break, so they will keep you guys entertained for this match, and we will be back shortly after the analyst break.
Hello and welcome everyone to the quick analyst segment. While we're getting the players ready, they're just gonna have a quick rest. Let me actually check what the next map is gonna be. I'm completely mistaken on this. There we go, let's transition onto it. Why not? It's gonna be Cafe Dostoyevsky. Now, we have a lot of talking points and a lot of things to break down from that previous map, but before we do, looking forward, what do you think is gonna happen here on Cafe?
I think it's going to be a lot closer than what this map was. Purely because I think ATK are a lot more rehearsed on Cafe. I feel like, as well, from what I saw in Oregon, compared to how, comparing to what I saw in Oregon there and what we've seen from them playing Oregon in the past, and what I saw them yesterday on ATK, I think from ATK on Cafe, I really think it's going to be a lot closer than what that map was. As well, I think ATK are going to make some changes and they're going to be talking about their drone work because I did see a couple missed drones there.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. And why not go into the analyst segment here? And I really want to talk about the Cali play. That's one thing that really showed for me that ATK, they're trying something new. You don't see Cali play ever in South African Rainbow Six Siege.
I wouldn't say ever, but yeah, no, it's very uncommon. I think as well as to do with the aggressive nature of South African teams, because let's be honest, South African teams are all extremely aggressive. And Cali just doesn't fit into that. The idea that you have to sit and wait for them to peek you just doesn't fit in as much.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I guess it just holds the long angle, but yeah, like you said, they hold those long angles and it's not really comfortable to sit in those, especially when you have someone like Divan, someone like Mystic who really showed us that he can carry himself in these engagements that's gonna swing you. But talking about this utility, this Cali, it worked out for them. This round that I'm highlighting right here, they got the main wall open after not being able to get it from the vertical, as well as mute jam on the attic wall allowed for the long angle to be opened up. It's not like the Cali is just the CSRX. It allows for these walls to be opened up when you can't necessarily just rely on the vertical play. And in a match like this, they're going to place those Kite Electro Claws in spots where you can't find them. So I really like this Cali play.
Yeah, no, it's a smart idea, especially because look, your other option with the Thatcher being off the board, because ATK in the past couple of days they've only been banning Thatcher, so you can just assume he's going to be gone on Cafe as well. And so that leaves you with two options. Either you can just try and go, well, three options technically. You can just try and force your way through without anything. You can go with the Maverick or you go with the Cali, but the problem with the Maverick is that you've kind of got to get on that wall and hope you don't get swung while you're trying to deal with stuff. Yeah,
but I also want to talk about this. Bravado, when they were on their attack, it seemed a lot like they were just this unknown force. It seemed like at times, really, ATK on their defense couldn't deal with them, and I'm highlighting this around here where you see Elec. He's walked down laundry stairs, and obviously the main attack is coming from the freezer side, but in this case, I would argue it just acts as a crossfire. You'd see here, these angles are being held. You can see literally bullet trails coming through. But Elec, he is the unknown factor here, and he is the one that makes this play happen. He swings on through, and you'll see here, he finds one. I believe he swings into the player inside of laundry and collects it as well. And that 2K, in my opinion, single-handedly won that round for them, ending the split on, I believe, 3-3. It just showcases, again, where we talked about this. Sometimes ATK, they just don't really know what's going on in these engagements. You talked about the drone work. Sometimes it really feels to me like they just don't know what's happening.
Yeah, and what's interesting as well is they knew he was there before because earlier in the round they threw a C4 and they killed the person who was standing next to him. So it's not like they didn't know there was someone down there. They just somehow forgot he was there or thought he rotated when he had just stayed there waiting to make a play.
Yes, it's quite
Intel
strange.
It's like there's a discommunication between intel that they're getting and communicating it with the players.
Yeah, and here you see this is one of the times that Minted and the Bravado side showcased that they can do this. It's not like we're saying, oh, it's only ATK that sometimes have a slip up and can't control these engagements. It's Bravado showcasing that they can do this in contrast to ATK. I'm going to highlight this here. This is a drone work. This is drone work coming out from Minted here. It's so well executed. You'll see here AML, he's in the 90 corridor there. He's getting droned out, and let's continue to play this clip. Instantly, Alec rotates off of that information. He finds the gunfight. You'll see here in the corridor just before it panned over. Here, this corridor. This is where the gunfight happens, and in the end, it's Alec that wins it, I believe, off of the information. That should showcase to you how important information is in these gunfights. And I'm really hammering on this. I'm sorry, but ATK, they need to start focusing on the drone work.
Yeah, I don't even think I don't think AML there fired a single shot back. So first off, he knew exactly where he was. My question is, he saw the drone, he turned to shoot the drone there earlier, but then he chose to still walk into the hallway.
Yeah, it's strange.
So I don't know, was he thinking that they just weren't going to act on the intel?
Yeah, I think maybe he just didn't know that they would act on the intel so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, he rotated in within like 2 seconds and got the kill. That is what good communication and good drone work looks like. But let's not hammer on about the errors from ATK for too long. I want to talk about their accomplishments. Here you see Causa walking down these main stairs. They set up this attack really well. They had crossfires going for them, the smoke canister being popped out, the barbed wire taken care of. This looked almost like a perfect attack. Yes, it's within the last 10 seconds. And yes, this is the thing that you need to worry about. I'm going to highlight it here on your screen. 1 and 2. 2 C4s on the side of Bravado. Let's see how they use them. The one being thrown into the hallway, it finds Causa, and in the end, Airy taking the gunfight finds JMS. A lockout from Bravado, and it really seemed like that was how a lot of these rounds happened. We talked before this game even started during the first analyst desk segment, where Bravado, a lot of the times they invest in these quick, rapid gunfights, whereas ATK, they play the long game, they play the 20-second meta, but I just don't know if it's working out for them, especially when they don't have that good drone work.
You see, the problem is that, especially with how the meta's been changing, the 20-second meta way of playing isn't really working anymore because it's too easy to force the defenders into a corner. Like, I think it was one of the earlier rounds where they had Corsa playing top floor, they had AML, it was the round where AML got shot by his own shotgun, by his own teammate's shotgun. Which again, that's a mistake that shouldn't be happening, because that actually almost killed him. And within the first minute, they had already dropped back down to the site because of the pressure that Bravado put on them. Sorry. It's just like they're trying to play a 20-second meta, but they aren't actually getting themselves to that 20 seconds.
Do you think then their shortcoming is not necessarily in those final moments, but before that, in molding and setting up the bomb site to their will?
Yeah. I think it's before that already. I think it's starting at the entry. First off, can I just point out that on both teams, I think the Ash players both had negative KDs at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Which it's a bit interesting to me. I think it had a bigger. It was the 3-3 split, obviously at the beginning, so I don't think it had as big of an impact on ATK with the entry frags. But it's the end of the day. It's a thing of you need to get your drone work down. This is a level where if you misdrone someone, it's going to get you killed.
Yeah.
Or someone killed on your team. And then as well, there's small little mistakes that they saw along the way. Like earlier when we talked about James on Clubhouse, where he threw the ace charge missing. There was another round. It was on the first defensive half for, I think I've got it on my whiteboard here. Yeah, the first defensive half for Bravado, the first round. James, he threw an ace charge and it hit the door frame above.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Instead of hitting the thing.
Yeah,
come on. These are not mistakes you should be making.
But really, it feels like he's just not comfortable on the ace. I mean, think back to yesterday's games. We showcased this even before the game. He misses ace charges and Selma's quite a lot, but I want to showcase something here in this very round. We talked about the 20-second meta, we've talked about the shortcomings of ATK, but in this round, we're talking about not how ATK misplayed this, but how Bravado played this perfectly. You'll see Minted here, he's inside of showers. Now, he's going to get pressured. AML and Sir Pancake are poised to push him out, and he knows that. He rotates on out. Easy as that. You'll see here, AML, he's ready. The flashbangs come through, but as soon as he swings this, there's no one there.
Yeah. No, it's the thing about this is the type of hold that I love for on this site specifically with dining. This proxy hold that you can set up in here, it's so good, assuming that you can keep it. The problem is that a lot of teams face is getting out of there the moment you lose it.
Yeah.
And there they played it right. He got himself out as quickly as possible without getting killed for it. So he managed to waste the time and not get punished in a death for it.
Yeah, I mean, when you can play that time, it's very akin to the X-Penta, now G2 team back in SI 2018, SI 2019, where they really brought this new meta to the game where they would extend onto the map and they'd do these default extensions up top, down below, whatever it may be. But they'd play it in a way where they just hold it. But once they feel any pressure whatsoever, they realize, okay, we can just play this on time. Let's have him fall back, save his life, and waste the time of the attackers. And I really feel that is what Bravado has been doing in a lot of these rounds. And bringing up another replay, let me see, is this one we've seen before? I hope not. It is, sorry. Let me bring up another one. There we go. This one, I believe, showcases the vertical play that came out. It's just a factor of, oh, this is what I liked, AML on the Ash using that utility. A lot of the times you would, from the classroom window, take care of the kite charger, the band electroclaw from down below, but he does something different here. He actually takes care of it from the window, which is very strange. I want to know what you think about that.
Look, if you can reach it from there, it works, because I think a lot of teams are starting to expect you to come below. But my problem is, I don't think, this is afterwards, hey, I don't think it actually reached.
Yeah, it didn't. So it was still on the wall, and in the end, they had to rotate Causa down below. See him there at the bottom of your screen. He was the final one that actually got it. So I guess the Ash utility just being diverted into the wrong area, but I believe the players are ready for this lobby. So without further ado, our analyst segment has already gone on quite a lot. We'll cast it back over to our casters to keep this one going. How you guys doing? You still in there?
Barely. So yeah, just joking. Still ready and excited for these next upcoming games. If it does go to a fourth and a fifth game, we'll have to wait and see, as the score is currently 2-0 in favor of Bravado Gaming, as they did have the map advantage and now winning Oregon in that previous matchup in a 7-4 fashion. Bravado at the moment are looking really good, but for ATK, they really have to now try and bring it back in their map, which is Cafe Dostoevsky. William, I believe your mic is muted again.
My mic is always muted, I know why. Well, in this round, I am begging Sir Pancake to not waste the Salma charge. That's all I want from Pancake in this match. Just don't waste the Salma charge. That's it. That's all I want. And now we're going to Cafe Dostoevsky, Viva Mother Russia, and we'll see what ATK and Bravado have in store for us on this match.
Indeed, this is going to be a very interesting match. Obviously, ATK have it all on the line at the moment to lose because they are 2-0 down. The next map is the deciding factor for Bravado to win it. If you are unfamiliar of how a best of 5 work, it is the first to 3 wins on a map. And currently, it is looking like it is in favor of Bravado because they are winning. As now, Cafe, obviously, ATK are in the attack, but it is their mapping. So maybe they are better prepared on Cafe than they were on Oregon. We know Bravado as a much better, stronger team on Oregon. We were talking about it constantly throughout that previous matchup, and we could see how strong they really were on their defense. The attacks were a bit just one-sided, or not really one-sided, but neck and neck between the two teams, and then it just went to defense for Bravado, and they just strived their rounds. But now, speaking of Cafe, the first bans coming through, the Maverick Thatcher once again being banned out, and the Wamai to add as well from ATK. looking like similar bands, and it's very interesting to see the Thatcher and the Maverick really do support on that hard breach. The Maverick, I'm not really sure why exactly, because you have to be close and personal with that wall in order to open it up, but
Yeah.
maybe they see something that ATK are going to use on their attacks that they wanted to get rid of, as well with that clash being banned out. I believe that is to counter the play coming out from yesterday that ATK used clash upstairs and really just wasted time on their reading and dining defense.
Ah, so we're seeing the exact same bands from these two teams. I, I don't like seeing them on a second map. Kind of makes me feel like I don't understand why. But the Wamai is a bit of a dangerous ban, though, especially for defenders, because holding Pixel it's going to be proven very difficult without that Wamai. Yes, you may use the Jaeger, but now you have to either expand 2 trophies or all 3 of them there, because they can easily be burnt by just 1 or 2 flashbangs. If you have 1 trophy system there and it gets burnt, you have to leave. You don't have a choice. You can't hold it anymore, or you have to peek or take the fight. So I don't know. Getting rid of the Wamai is kind of a serious issue for me, but we'll see how it plays out as we go into the top floor in the bar and cocktail area. And on defense is Bravado, and on attack is ATK. And we'll see how this turns out.
Now coming onto the defense, Bravado in favor. They are once again advantaged in this area. Obviously, having the rounds in favor to them, they can really just play around with this map and really just feel comfortable. There's nothing really to lose for them, but if they want to clean it out now, they have to really give it their all. But for ATK, they really have to bring this one in favor of them. We saw how well their cafe was yesterday, and I believe they can still bring it through here. We just have to see if they start to connect from that very beginning of the round, and there's no really time for mistakes, unfortunately, from their side in this matchup currently. But as they are getting onto their attack, it does look like a standard ready attack coming out from them. They're trying to get control of that red stairs area, and as well from Piano, really going to try and flush out those defenders and put pressure on them. They do not have any pressure coming out from those white stairs, so that could be a better option for them. They do have from the white window, which will deny that washroom area, but for now we have to wait and see and look how ATK choose to play this one.
Yep. So, and it's time for ATK, as Justin said. They have to be really careful. No mis-throwing gadgets, no mis-droning, and yeah, everything has to be spot on. Right now, it's looking like a top-down attack. And as I was speaking about summer charges, first one gets thrown onto red stairs. So a push onto Piano is going to be in order. And who's going to be waiting for them? And as we can see, nobody at the moment. So that is free reign for ATK to take Piano. There is a shield on Pixel, but nobody playing it so far. It seems like they were droned out. But what is confusing me is that they left the drone right there, which is going to be destroyed by the Ash. So ATK has full control of Piano, and they are going to be pushing onto a hallway. They're going to be met by Devon on the Jaeger and Ari on the Frost.
This Frost really it's a very interesting pick, especially for upstairs. I know we did see a lot of Frost play on Cafe in those bottom floor areas to really support those windows, but this Frost just a very different pick coming out from Bravado, and I see it going to work, because if those players try to jump into the area, especially the skylight, it does look like they will try and jump through there. There is currently no Ash charge, or sorry, not Ash charge, welcome mat to deny them, but we do see AML pushing into that area, and he does get the first pick. He does get down, but there's a frag coming out from Bravado as well. That's Mystic off of the board as he picks off Figure, or actually sorry, it is Figure off of the board as Mystic picks him off. Sorry, I read that a bit wrong there, but Eli getting taken out there by James, just getting full just stopped in his tracks, and Minted is down now as well as Mystic is playing down below. He does not have a C4 to support him on here, but it is currently a 2v4 situation as Pancake does eventually finish off that kill onto Minted. These last 4 remaining players are trying to push into this area. He does not spot out this Frost.
No.
James gets taken out there by Airy, and Airy trying to put some cover fire onto Cigar Shop as well, as now he does get another pick. That's Pancake off of the board, just ATK throwing their numbers now 1-for-1 as Causa gets a pick now, and it's a 2-versus-1 situation. The last remaining player, Mystic, has to do it all. He is situated down below. The plant is down by Causa there on ATK's side, but they are both low on HP against a full HP player of Mystic with that shotgun SMG-11 combo. We will have to wait and see how ATK choose to play this, as now Mystic is just creeping here into the cigar area. He will spot out this last remaining player, but he does not connect the shot as AMO connects his shots and wins the very first round for ATK on their attack on Cafe Dostoevsky.
Well played by him then, especially seeing as they are on low health. One bullet in a one-shot headshot game could do the trick, but that wasn't the case. I think it was too much of a long-range gunfight, which went on to the way of ATK. Well played by them. ATK were, I think they had a control over that round for the most part. Bravado did seem like they were going to pull off a flank. I was watching, I think it was the mute that fell down into engine and trains, but he didn't have a C4 in hand. I'm not sure where he wasted it, but he didn't have a C4 in hand, so he wasn't that much of an influence in terms of a flank, and he got eliminated, so ATK won that one round. So now they're going to be going back to the top floor. So they saw their mistakes, they're going to be fixing them and readjusting to what ATK did, and we'll see if we're going to see a different round this time around.
Hopefully for Bravado's part, they can change up what they did in Cocktail. It does look like they do have a similar setup, but needless to say, we'll have to see if that will still support them in this round. That Frost not being in play now, as Eri has chosen to take the Valkyrie instead. So it looks like just Bravado now needing more information. It did look like in that previous round they were struggling a bit with that information game on knowing the location of those attackers, but there is a counterpart coming here from ATK as they do have that IQ. So that Valkyrie camp that Eri just threw out onto the roof will not be there for long if Causa uses his signal detector in the correct locations to get rid of that utility. But we'll have to see how ATK use that utility to support them as they do go onto their second attacking round, where they have to now attack again onto this top floor area.
Yep, the ATK gang on the roof, with an exception to Tosa going all the way from the kitchen side of things. He's probably going to be looking for the utility from below, which does play but well to Bravado, because the camera above is not going to be in line of sight of Kosa. But I mean, the camera is up on the roof. Any of your players should be able to spot it out. There's 4 of you there. One person has to spot that camera. If nobody does, I'll be surprised and shocked, I'll be honest. And C4 does come out courtesy of Mystic, but doesn't connect with anybody at all. Now they know that he's playing that positions. Grenade fly back, but also not connecting. So everybody's intact and undeterred. And an attack is going to be going down into Piano as AML gets a shot onto Evan. But a return fire from Mystic and Eri, eliminating Figure and James. This is good news for Bravado and bad news for ATK. They have to readjust to this now. They know that somebody was flanking. And I believe that was from Red Stairs or New Hatch.
I believe it was, but now the player is no longer being spotted out, and Causa just missing his shots there as Mystic takes advantage of that, and he wins out the gunfight there with the SMG-11, now leaving ATK in a 2-versus-4 situation. The last 2 remaining players is this ace, and no, it's just the ace, as Kyle there on that Malusi gets the final pick onto AML, now leaving it all up to Pancake in a 1-versus-4 scenario. He does have 55 seconds left on the clock, so he can still do it, but it's very unlikely, as those 4 remaining players of Bravado are just going to sit and wait patiently. All that Pancake can really do now is just give his team the chance to talk out what went wrong in that round, and that won't be there as Eli just takes advantage of that round and gets the final pick. And now bringing Bravado back into the game, is they did fix up their mistakes in that previous Cocktail round and change it up quite a bit, and we did see them now even out the scoreline to 1-1. So it's looking really good at the moment, and it's a very, very close game as we see.
Yep, that was a very quick round, to be honest. I think it was over before we hit the 1 minute mark. And yeah, well done to Bravado answering back to ATK with a round of their own. And right now they're going to be going on to a kitchen and service and yeah, unseen territory. And as we know, ATK is really good on cafe. And they bring in the Kali again as they're trying out new things, as we heard from the analyst table. So we'll see what they're going to be doing with the Kali this time around. Probably going to be for the bakery wall and the prep wall and probably small bakery wall, but they could go on to the freezer side of things. So we don't know for sure.
The drone delay coming out here from Bravado really just looking promising from them. They do have that Mozzie and the Vigil and the Mew to support them in this round. So that's going to really delay attack or ATK's drones. Their drone work wasn't the best in the previous matchup, as we saw, but now it's going to be even worse because those three operators are really going to put a lot of pressure on them. The amount of utility that they can bring in this matchup is really just going to support them. But that pick from Figure at the moment, bringing that blitz, that's just the pick that highlights this round. That's such an interesting pick to come on from him. We did see it played yesterday once in Theme Park. I did cast that match, and it didn't really support ATK that much, but I guess this is just going to really support ATK in that aggressiveness to try and take control of this bakery area in a very swift manner. It does look like they will go for that, as at the moment Bravado have situated for a full top floor roam.
And this is just a full-on assault. ATK is all over bakery right now, and they're not cooking anything at all, but waiting for gunfights. And the wall in bakery is open, but Mystic on from prep gets a pick onto Sir Pancake, but Figure refrags him. And I was going to say this is good news for ATK, but Divan does get a pick onto Figure. ATK had a good idea and it was going well for the moment, but trotting around in a bakery proved to be very detrimental as they had their backs onto positions that you don't want to have your back onto, and that is a small bakery and prep. But Divan does get a pick onto James. So leaving AML and Corsa to finish up the work. They are going to be pivoting all the way up to the top floor. That is the AML on the S. So he's going to be putting an assault from there. But it is 4 players from a Bravado. So that's going to be a tall order to ask for. Corsa pushes on to bakery still.
Now in a 2 versus 4 situation, minute 25 left on the clock, and there's a first pick coming out from AML as he picks off Eli, takes control of his head and just takes him out of the board for this round, but Minted answers back as he picks off Corsa. Now he's out of the board and it's all up to AML in a 1 versus 3 situation. He still has a minute 10 left on the clock, but HP is all the way in favor of Bravado. He does not have full HP to really support him in this. He does have a lot of time, does have 1 drone left and some of this breaching round utility, but it's not going to really support him at the moment. He's just opening up things to just try and give him some sound cues as he jumps into this co-check area. He finds the Vigil looking the opposite direction, and that's 1 kill for himself. Now in a 1 versus 2 situation, 40 seconds left. It's still winnable for him with this Ash R4C, but these last 2 players of Bravado really just going to play this patiently and wait for him to peek into their lines of sight. He's just trying to find something at the moment, and at the moment he's not finding anything as he's being contested. Either wallbang coming through into this bakery area, but that player just sneaking straight through, and there's the stand up from Minted as he gets the final pick onto AML and bringing his team up to a 2-1 advantage, winning up that round and just securing themselves another defending round. Well played to Bravado.
Yep, well played to Bravado. They played their positions very well there, and that proved to be too much for ATK. ATK fell apart at the moment they rushed into, well, the moment after they rushed into bakery. It seemed like they didn't know what to do after that. Nobody pushed into prep, even though prep was free. Don't know if they droned it or not, but they turned their backs to prep, and somebody turned their backs to small bakery, which is not what you want to do, especially when there's about 3 or 4 of you in bakery. So that was a bit of a misplay by them again, which is not what you want at this point in time. You are 1 round behind, but you're 2 maps behind. So they need to pick things up in terms of some sort of, like, whatever they're executing, whatever their plan is, they need to tidy it up and keep it as neat as possible, because mistakes like those will cost you, and they keep making those mistakes time and time again.
apart from this game, I just quickly want to say one thing. I did promise this yesterday that we would say this, but we just want to say a happy birthday to our stats guy, Levi. Just Chiso, that's his in-game name. Just a very happy birthday to you. He turned 15 today, so congratulations to him, and I hope you have a really good day further. And all to you guys in chat as well. I hope you guys are having a good day and enjoying all this action being provided by ATK versus Bravado. But going back to the game, ATK now really have to adapt to this defense coming out here from Bravado, as we do see the Frost in play once again, really going to be able to support them on this hold, as ATK now have to regain control of that top floor area if they want to get control of that reading and dining room site.
Yep. Happy birthday, Levi. You heard it from me. So now, top floor takedown. And it seems like ATK is going to be speeding things up a little bit. And a lot of drones being seen right now, which is what we do want to see this time around. Just don't misdrone anything. There's nothing wrong with droning. And it doesn't mean that just throwing a lot of drones means you are droning everything. Be careful on your drones and watch out and check your corners. Right now, they have top floor control. Doesn't seem like there's anybody from Bravado contesting anything on the top floor, except for cocktail side of things. I lie. That is Mystic and somebody else in tow, the Jaeger in tow of them. But AML does get a pick onto Eli. That is him out of the board. But there are Banshees around here and there to be effective. But there is one Banshee that has been taken care of by, I think it was the Ash. So that's out of the board. Grenade flies in from Croissant to Eli, and Devon refracts, but AML shuts him down. Well, shuts Devon down, but so Pancake shuts Devon down, and AML shut down somebody else, which leaves it to a Minted all on his lonesome to deal with 4 players of ATK. He does know most of them are on white stairs. Shots flying in. He does spot the Ash, but James is quick on the trigger and on to the target, eliminating him, and gets another round for ATK.
A very explosive round coming out there from ATK, looking like a much better take for them, as they did try to use that aggression. We saw as well on Oregon that aggressiveness just coming out from them into that dining and kitchen areas, and they took control and they won that round. So maybe what ATK is missing at the moment is aggression, because Bravado are not preparing for that aggressiveness coming out from ATK. The rounds that ATK have won, or just actually this one, is that aggressiveness coming through. They got 2 initial opening picks and then adding it off and then leaving Minted in a 1 versus 4 situation where when they knew his location, because it's the most common spot that he could be in, and then just took advantage of that. It was really well played from ATK, and it's a much better ATK that we're seeing at the moment. They are adapting a lot better. They are playing a lot more together, and they're just using that coordination that they have to really take advantage of these defenses from Bravado, and it's just working exceptionally well. If we see them carry on with this after this next 2 rounds, just this Airy trying to reinforce that wall, but Mystic just being very struggling with that mute jammer there, not able to really get it down properly, just not working in his favor. But if ATK keep this aggressiveness coming through on their attacks and they really just play coordinated like they are, we will see a much better game. And if they can take it to a 4-2 split, I believe they'll be able to take it on their defense, but we'll have to see if they can keep that in the bag, or if Bravado will start to adapt as well and come back from these next couple rounds.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of situations happen to the best of us. So they shot out the entire hatch from red stairs. This is interesting, and I believe if any sound is heard of anybody rappelling down close to that hatch, that C4 is gonna fly towards them. But there might be a grenade flying down towards you, as you say that, which makes him tuck his tail and run away onto Freezer. A little bit of damage is done, but not enough to kill him at all. But that was a well spotted there by ATK. I mean, that was a little obvious, to be honest. And an attack is going to be flying down, but they are going to be met with Bravado players up top and very close and personal. And close and personal is Mystic getting a pick onto Figure. Figure just aimlessly jumping down from that hatch. Don't know if he had information or not, but that was a little sloppy.
It was indeed, but now being the first pick off for his team, he's not doing the best at the moment, as now Mystic is contesting that new hatch and James wins out that gunfight. He does lose 50 HP in return, but he gets a pick and he evens out the scoreboard now in this round. With a minute 30 left in the clock, ATK do have a 4 versus 4 on their hands. There are HP traded on both Minted and James, but more in favor of James, so he is disadvantaged. But speaking of a disadvantage, ATK are disadvantaged now as Causa is picked off as well. That's the sledge off of the board as Airy on that Mozzie just rains terror from those white stairs and picks him off from that red corridor. And now these last 4 remaining players of Bravado just sitting in these areas to watch those drops from those hatches and really just wait for that push coming out from ATK. They still do have time in their favor. They still do have some drones to give some information, but Bravado obviously have this man count now in their favor, and they do have the time to play with. As now, well, there's a swing from the Ash as he gets picked off. James is down, but Eli gets taken out there by ML on the Ash, and now they'll try to have to pick up James if they want to keep themselves in this 3 versus 3 situation. It does look like Pancake will get him up eventually, but 30 seconds left on the clock. Not much that ATK can do right now.
And if you look carefully right here, Justin, we still have a Minted with a C4, Avery with a C4. So if they play their cards right, if one of them rotates down or something, that could play well into them. But they are going to stick onto the freezer side of things and defend this side head on, which is going to be interesting to see as a Pancake pushes into Minted and gets a pick onto him. Stevan does come back with a refrag of his own, but Airy eliminates James and yeah, gets another round for Bravado. Well played by them for sticking that out. I think he was trying to rotate down, but he came back up as soon as they saw that smoke. And geez, the timing on that was impeccable.
Indeed it was, and once again, it's just becoming an explosive area right at the end of the round where both teams just being in that 3v3, 4v4, 5v5 situation, whatever you want to call it. It's just then coming to this very last couple seconds, they're playing that 20-second meta like our analysts were talking about on the analyst desk there, and we can see it happening, but at the moment it's not working in favor of ATK. They are getting to those areas, they're getting a pick, but those defenders have the advantage in that area. They are just waiting time, they're just playing it perfectly, waiting for the attackers to push to them. They're not playing too overly aggressive, and that's what ATK needs to understand. They have to push to the defenders. So the sooner they get the advantage, and the sooner they get those areas of control and push into the defenders' line of sight, they can then try and take the gunfights. But at the moment, they're just wasting way too much time to able to do that. So at the moment, time management is just a very big problem for them as well, for just that team play coming out. They're always disadvantaged, and then it's not working out in their favor because it's unlikely that you always are able to bring back around from being in the disadvantaged area.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing right now is Bravado getting a little comfortable in this map, as we didn't see them playing the exact same way in the beginning. But it seems like they're realizing exactly what ATK's plan is, and they are playing their positions solidly at that. So ATK needs to, I don't know, turn something up. I heard you, Justin, saying that the aggression has been turned up. And speaking of aggression, an aggressive C4 flying out, but not catching anyone at all. And the last time we saw ATK, they aggressively pushed onto Bakery. And they're doing the same thing now. I heard a C4 getting ripped, but also not connecting with anyone. C4's flying left, right, and center. AML eliminates Minted on a lead-off pick, which leaves it to a 5v4. ATK moving with quick pace right now. And Nesso Pancake waiting with those Selma charges, not messing any one of them up this time. That is good to see. AML pushing on to prep right now and waiting for anybody to pick. So an execute is going to go off onto the cooking side of things, but Mystic does equalize things, and so Pancake answers back with a pick onto Eli and making it a 4v3.
a minute 50 left on the clock and 4 attackers left on the side of ATK trying to push from these areas. There's now 2 left on Bravado's side as Pancake adds onto another one onto the board. That's a double kill for himself, and that's Airy, the Vigil, off of the board for this round. But there is a play being contested as Devon does get that pick onto Pancake, trying to bring it back for his team, and he does get a C4 kill as well as he pushes straight into the lines of sight of James there, and then there's a 1-for-1 trade. James gets Devon, Mystic gets Causa, and James answers back and gets that final pick for his team to bring the score back to an even scoreline now in this matchup, as at the moment ATK are so hungry to try and bring this game back. They really want to take it to the next matchup, which I believe is Clubhouse, which they can strive on. Same with Bravado, but they have to do it now. They have to try and win Cafe if they want to keep themselves in this game, and we can see that they're really eager to try and do that.
Yep, right now this is a fight to the bare bones. Another 3-3 score count going on to the split, as we saw from the previous map again. So hopefully we are surprised as to what the result will be on the second half of this matchup, as ATK is going on the defense and Bravado is going on to the attack. And another surprising pick is the Dokkaebi from Bravado. Dokkaebi is not a bad pick at all. It's annoying to get a phone call when you're in a gunfight, or when you're trying to reposition, or when you think nobody knows where you are. So, dying to see how that's going to play out for Bravado and what kind of an annoyance it's going to be to ATK.
The logic bomb coming out here from the Dokkaebi, mistakenly from my side, it's Dokkaebi. The logic bomb is her gadget, but she just being played here is interesting, like you said, but she can really support the attackers on that information game, because just allowing her to get the locations of these two roamers, Causa and AML roaming up top here with that mute vigil combo, and they do have that mute to support them, and a spawn beat coming out here on Airy, almost losing his life on that Dokkaebi, but still walking away with 75 HP. But the amount of information that he can give as well, if Bravado do get that opening pick, he can hack the cameras. If you don't know what Dokkaebi's ability can do, the logic bomb can also call the defenders, as well as she can hack their phones once they die. So she gains then the information from those defenders on those cams, so that will really support Bravado. But Airy at the moment not looking so good as he's on 25 HP, but Devon looking good as he picks off Causa, the Vigil roaming upstairs, and gets the opening pick for Bravado in this round.
Right now, it seems like Bravado is very aggressive on the attack, but aggression is met back from ATK. AML going up on white stairs, does see the Ash and takes the Ash out of the board. No explosive thingies gonna be exploding anything around, and he does fall back all the way down to white stairs, and he's going to be holding on for his life right now. Logic bomb does go off. That's what you heard. Every defender's phone is going to be going off and revealing their positions. So you do have a choice in that regard. Stop and answer your phone, or disable it, or just keep moving and let it ring. Mystic does take the head off AML. So Bravado is an advantage in terms of man count.
Indeed it is, but two mute jammers here from Figure. I was about to question that, but he does place one down there as he sits in the corner on that prep door, but still, I'm not sure where he could have used that utility in a better location, and now just using it in the end just to support him. But still, it's really just a waste of utility there. But speaking of utility that's not wasted, that C4 that was not a waste, as it was or did pick off I believe it was Eli there, the IQ. Funny enough, the irony of that situation, the IQ can see the C4, but he didn't see that one coming, and he is taken out. And now James and Airy both low on HP, same with Mystic, just under 75 HP, but the full top floor control here from Bravado is really supporting them, but this vertical is being replayed here Figure with that shotgun, as now they try to take control of this red wall and push into sight. These last remaining defenders on ATK are going to have to watch out this for. But speaking of that, James does get the first pick off of this 3v3. He brings it to a 3 versus 2 situation where he picks off Minted, and now these last two remaining players have to just funnel into the side. Aries not with his team at the moment. They're going to push from 2 different locations, and Pancake swings wide with that FMG9 and gets Mystic off of the board. It's all up to Airy in a 1 versus 3 situation with that DMR and the logic bomb, but he didn't have anything to support him there, and that goes around in favor of ATK. They won their very first defending round now and bringing that advantage back in their favor.
Yep, last time we saw these two on the previous map, the first person to win a round after a split was Bravado, and this time it's ATK. So seems like they are getting their revenge. And well played on that defense. It came down to 2 people, and with that DMR, it's kind of hard to clutch it out, especially when there's 3 ATK members left just staring their barrels at your face. So yep, they are going to go to reading room this time around. So we'll see what ATK has in store for us. I was expecting to see another Dokkaebi pick again, but it seems like they're gonna fall off the Dokkaebi. Not sure why. I think maybe it didn't help him that much in that previous round. But I don't know, in my opinion, she is very useful. Maybe they don't see any use for her. So we'll see a top hold for most of the part from ATK, if I'm right. So we'll see if they're going to hold on to it for as long as they possibly can, or they want, or till they feel the need to just fall back. So what will tell us if they are going to fall back or not is if they take out all the hatches or some of the hatches, or if they are going to play from above for a very long time, is if they make any holes onto site to catch out any defenders trying to go for, any attackers trying to go for an execute.
Indeed, but it does, from Bravado's side, now they do have a more basic lineup, bringing that Kylie to support them and the double hard breach, the Hibana and that Ace going to really support them to get these walls open upstairs, because that is the main objective on a reading and dining attack, is to take that top floor control. But for the defenders of ATK, they have that utility to stop that. They have the delay, they have the banshees of that Melusi, they have the mirror window for that intel, and just to delay those attackers and make them fear to push into a certain area. And those Vulcan shields coming out from Goyo just going to be able to support that hold upstairs, as well as now also the Roamers AML just contesting these areas and trying to make his presence known so that these attackers will not be able to push in so swiftly.
Yep, so what he's doing there, just pre-firing, is going to force Bravado to waste a little bit of time droning that area to make sure that he's not around anymore. And guess who's not around anymore in this round? And that is the Corsa, courtesy of a Mystic. But the Banshees are going to be around at least to soften the blow of the attack. And right now, we're seeing Goyo shields being popped, flames everywhere, and Ilike is on the white hallway, and he's going to be letting that Banshee charge go off. And he does get a pick onto James, I think, courtesy of somebody's, of course, a Banshee. Kills flying in left, right, and center as Minted eliminates AML. So that is 4 players from ATK eliminated, leaving Figure to take care of the mess. But looking at 5 of the Bravado team, it's going to be a tall order to ask. SMG does fly into him, but Mystic does finish Figure off and gets a flawless round for Bravado, answering back to ATK.
Well done there from Bravado to answer back and bring themselves their very first attacking round in the split. Very, I wouldn't say aggressive attack from them, but very much aggression from ATK. They peeked into the angles that Bravado were expecting and just waiting for, and took advantage of that, bringing the advantage all the way to a 3 versus 2 or a 5 versus 3 situation, and then just a 5 versus 1 situation, and ending it off there with a flawless round just shows what Bravado are capable of on that reading and dining attack. For the defenders, however, that side has not been won once. It's been played once by Bravado. They did not win it. They unfortunately lost that round. ATK took that round, but for this one as well, ATK lost their reading and dining defense. So maybe both teams just need to work on that defense to try and support it, but it's going to be a problem for ATK late in the rounds if they have to go back to it, if they don't fix what they're doing wrong to try and hold control of that. And I think the best possible solution for them is that over aggressiveness. They don't need to play aggressively into those angles. They need to wait for the attackers to push into their lines of sight.
Yep. I think both teams need to find some sort of balance. It seems like the more ATK gets a little bit aggressive, then Bravado increases the aggression a bit more and answers back with a round, and it happens vice versa. So I think some sort of a balance has to be found from either side of the team if they want to run away in terms of score count. Spawn peak is going to be happening right here, and that is Devon out of the mix. All on from James. Bravado should know about that spawn peak. It's been happening almost all 2 rounds of defense from ATK, and this is the 3rd time it's happened. And I think last time they kind of took some HP off of one player, but didn't injure him at all or didn't take the life of him. 2 C4s popped out of the skylight, but not connecting with anyone at all.
A bomb has been located.
I believe 1 C4 got taken out there. It was James's. It did not connect there. 2 C4s still remaining for ATK. That is on Causa and Figure. That's going to support them late in the round. But that pick coming out there right at the beginning, picking off Devon with that spawn pick, that is such a good pick for ATK. Currently, the Kylie's taken off of the board and Arcade is in play. So those freezer walls and bathroom walls will not be opened whatsoever from the hard breacher of Mystic unless Eli does decide to go down below with that IQ scanner of his. But currently it doesn't look like that is the case, as he's trying to support his team up top here, because that is the main objective. As he does get picked off, AML gets the first pick, but there's a refrag from Minted, and well, Pancake just losing some HP there from the Vulcan shield, but he does eventually fall off with his life. And now there's full control of Piano from Bravado, but these last 4 remaining players of ATK are going to stop them from pushing into these areas, specifically this white and cigar shop areas, as now the only wall that can be opened up by Bravado is this trash wall, which area is getting open, but he just gets denied. There's Pancake swings wide and gets 2 kills for himself. That's a double off of the round, but Minted answers back. Did he get James off of that pick? And now in a 1 versus 3 scenario, he has to do it all to try and bring his team this round for them. But so far, it is looking like it's an ATK round. Just that aggressiveness coming out from the smoke and from AML on that Jaeger, really just supporting on those picks and getting those 2 initial picks and then getting another 2. Now leave it all up to Minted, where he now has to try and clutch this out. The angles are being watched onto him, so that angles are just going to, you know, really just put pressure on him. And there it is, as Pancake uses the angle and picks off Minted and gets the final pick for his team. And now the advantage is back in favor of ATK.
Yep, back and forth between these 2 teams, and that round, I think it was the Pancakes on the smoke. I'm not 100% sure, but he had a very big influence onto that white hallway with his smoke canisters, stopping Bravado from pushing deeper into white or deeper into bathroom. So another round for ATK. Will the next round go to Bravado, or will ATK be able to run away with this one? A Jackal being brought into the mix, a Buck being brought into the mix as well. And from Costa side of things, he's bringing the Vigil. So we're going to be expecting a lot of frags happening in this round, especially for the fact that there is a Vigil and a Jackal. I'm dying to see that interaction happen, if it's going to happen at all. The site is Kitchen this time of things. So if we remember the last time they met in Kitchen, ATK was super aggressive this time around. So we'll see how each team takes this round, or takes this round apart.
Just AMR trying to get those Volcams in those areas. But William, this defense coming out here from ATK, they obviously won their previous Kitchen defense, but now going back to it again, we do have a different lineup from them, as there's no more Mozzie to support. There is the Valkyrie for intel. What do you think Bravado needs to change in this round if they want to win this out and even out the scoreline once again?
I think the fact that they didn't bring Well, they could change by getting a lead-off pick onto James from that scaffolding area side of things. But I think the first change that they made and needed to make was deciding whether to bring the Dokkaebi or to leave her. Dokkaebi is a good pick at all, but being left with a Dokkaebi in like the last dying seconds on a 2v, I think it was 2v4 or 2v3, is a bit of a tall order to ask with that DMR, and her SMG is just quite of a kicker to control. So I would say the lineup being a change once, which they've done. AML getting a pick onto Devon while we speak, and well, equalizing the man count. So the lineup is the change. It's change one. Change two is to clear out that the first floor of any defenders. Once they clear that out, I think they managed to open bakery, and somebody's not spotting AML in cocktail. The buck working on, he did look like he was looking up. I'm not sure why, or he was just reloading.
He was there, but speaking of this attack, it was looking like a much better attack for Bravado on this kitchen and service defense from ATK once again. But AML is still upstairs here, and he's terrorizing these defenders or these attackers of Bravado. As now he is getting scanned by this Inox, and a wall bang coming out there. What a shot from him, and as he takes off, Aaron, he swings wide into this white corridor once again and loses almost all of his HP from Minted. But now being contested here once again, he does lose out the gunfight, but still that shot coming out from him, just that wallbang completely annihilating Airy off of the board, just not allowing him to just come through in this matchup anymore. But Minted does answer back, now leave it in a 3 versus 2 scenario, but still the advantage is in favor of ATK once again. Mystic is here all on his lonesome. He doesn't have the diffuser as Causa takes him out. Now it's all up to Minted once again in a 1 versus 3 scenario where he has to try and clutch, but unfortunately these angles are just being watched by ATK. They still have smoke canisters left in the board from Sir Pancake. He still has 2 more to just delay those entries from those specific doorways, as well with that barricade just going to support him. It's not looking so good for Minter at the moment, as now we do see an aggressive peek coming out here from Causa on this service double door, and he picks off the final pick on Minted and now brings ATK to match point in this matchup. So now it's looking like a much better game from ATK, just completely walking the floor in that round on their defense, looking like they have what it takes to take it to the next matchup.
Yep, if Bravado's not careful, we could be seeing a map 3, which I believe will either be Clubhouse, which is next. So that's what ATK is looking to achieve at this point, as they are in match point. But Bravado is definitely not going to go down without a fight. They're going to be returning a fire, as the site is in reading room and fireplace. See a pulse from Causa, so wonder where he's going to be playing, either above or below, as we do know that Pulse is very, very integral into getting intel. And seeing as they didn't bring the Valkyrie this time around, intel is what they've been working with in the past couple of rounds, and the Pulse is going to help a lot in this round.
It really will. Cause on that Pulse is really going to support this defense. We do now see ATK going back to the reading and dining defense. We spoke about it previously, that if they had to go back to it, it's going to be a problem for them, especially because they lost it and it was a flawless round from Bravado. So now it has to be a lot better executed and defended from them. That Pulse, maybe it's going to be the dying factor for them. They also don't have that Goyo mirror once again, so they're going back down to the basics, really just trying to hold control of those areas instead of trying to really just put pressure on the attackers, waiting for the attackers to push to them. And that Pulse just sitting here in this train mining area is really going to give that intel and just support his team to hold that top floor for as long as possible.
Yeah, and you're quite right. That's classical as it gets. I think the only DLC there is the Malusi. So ATK going back and far beyond, and from the Bravado side of things, we'll see if their attack will prove relevant as to take in this round. Causa is right below the Ash, and they might not know this. Mystic gets a lead-off pick onto AML, and the Ash is eliminated immediately off the board by the C4 of Kosa. So AML and Mystic out of the picture. It's a 4v4 score count, and Elike is creeping onto the bar slowly, and there's somebody right next to them. James can't spot him. He goes behind him and does spot him and spots another one, turns onto him and eliminates both Elike and Minted. What a play by, oh my word, that was intense. James with a play on the top floor, but he is down to 10 HP. He's going to take it calm right now, and he's going to bide his time and just wait for anybody to either come by or swing past him.
I believe that C4 was from figure that pre-placed, but now Koza also using his C4, so there's one remaining C4 on the defenders, and that is James. He is currently playing in the cigar shop area. He has not been spotted out here yet by Bravado, as Divan is here all the way in this train area, and well, there we go. Erie's all by his lonesome in this top bar, long bar area, and he gets taken out by James. He's on a triple kill. He's just on a roll at the moment, and now it's all up to Divan in this 1 versus 4 scenario to try and bring this back and keep Bravado in this game and take themselves this victory. But so far it is looking so much better for ATK. If they win this out, they really can take it on these next couple matches. They just have to focus up now, and Pancake gets taken out there. That's the very first pick that Divan needs in this round to try and bring it back, but there's still 3 remaining players on the side of ATK. Divan has to just try and find these areas, and just that pulse scanner really just going to support him slow, as now James gets taken out there on the pillar area. Divan winning that now in a 1 versus 2 scenario. He does still have utility to support him to open up that wall, or maybe go for a reading room plant. These last 2 remaining defenders just have to wait and hold these areas. They don't need to peek aggressively, and there's the aggressive peek coming out from Koza. As I say that, he gets the final pick onto Devon and wins out the matchup and keeps ATK in this match.
Yep, ATK is back and in full force, making the map count a 2-1 in favor of Bravado. Will ATK be able to catch up? They need to win the next one and probably the following on after that if they want to win this thing. Well played by Bravado. They came close, they fought hard, but ATK answered back with possibly a similar score from the other round, or from the other map. That is.
Indeed it was, but those 2 players just coming out and completely just showing up. AML there and James there at the end, really just showing the highlights. For that is definitely going on to the highlights, but just showing their capabilities and really just proving on how they can play and keeping their team in that game for as long as possible. ATK now looking like a much better team, as now they need to go into the final step. The next matchup is Clubhouse, where they have to battle it out once again against Bravado. They do have the upper hand now mentally wise, but we'll have to see what happens in the next matchup. But speaking of this matchup, the analyst will now take it over to talk about that and really just give you some details on how that went down and what they saw was the really key and vital moments of that match. So it's up to you guys, to the analyst desk, and well, yeah, that's enough from my side.
Hello and welcome back, boys. It is I, and it is the other Justin. Hello and welcome back. We're here to break down the plays before we head into the third map. Just a quick TLDR before we talk about anything. What did you see in that map?
Well, one, I saw ATK playing a lot better. And also I saw a bit more aggression from them, especially on the defensive half. AML really fragging out, and I was kind of wanted to say that, but not really. He kind of helped propel the team forward a lot with a lot of the frags that he was getting there.
Yeah, so do you think they've finally woken up? Do you think this is going to be the point of change for them?
Yeah, I think they've woken up a bit. There was still, I did see at some point there was some weird things with the drones. Notably, the drone count did seem to be a little low sometimes, but I think picking up the aggression has really worked for them, especially with the spawn peaks in the defensive half, pulling off the spawn peaks, getting away with it as well. I'd like to point out something I saw. Bravado did miss a couple Selma charges.
Yeah, again, it's been the storyline throughout. It's the running meme. Last time around,
I'm gonna start having like
is the
statistic for how many Selma charges they missed.
Talk about statistics. We got our beautiful statistician in the background, Levy, the man whose birthday it is. He had the stats of the first map ready and done for us, and just based off of that, KD ratios, I believe it was Figure on a 1.29 KD ratio, as well as Mystic showing up with a 1.83 KD ratio. So a lot of these players showing up, but especially in this game, let's talk about what we saw here on Cafe Dostoevsky. Let's start with the first analysis here coming out. Causa with the flashbang ready. I really like this teamwork coming out from them, where they really time it well, the flashbang and the nade coming out from them, take care of the utility, and yeah, that's literally just it. I liked ATK's teamwork in this one. For the first time, it really seemed like they were meshing well together. It seemed a lot better than the previous map. So, just broad things here. Do you think their teamwork here was better than the previous map?
Yeah, I'd say it was coordinated better. I'd say they all had there's this typical thing when you think about ATK. You think of them all listening to the IGL, obviously being Kosa. You think of them all being on the exact same page of what they want to do, not really trying to go for hero plays, but instead all being on top of what they're doing. Here, I think, is a sign of that aggression that I was talking about earlier, where you brought up the blitz here. I think they're trying to adapt to what Bravado is doing, and with the teamwork and the coordination and increasing their aggression a bit.
Yeah, but do you think this blitz was the right adaptation? Let's play the clip here. It seemed so aggressive, and especially paired with the Cali, it's kind of a weird dichotomy of you want to take those close gunfights with the blitz. I mean, not even gunfights, you just want to bonk them. Whereas with the Cali, you want to hold those long angles. So just looking at this, look how efficient ATK was here. No longer are they falling short to this 20-second meta. They are making moves. You see here the Selma's placed onto the main wall. It got the wall open within, the first 30 seconds of that round, as well as the players just barreling on through, assisting the blitz. Yes, you've got one here in small bake, but I mean, overall, it just really seemed like ATK were quick to move.
Yeah, look, I think what they said is, okay, us playing slowly last time didn't work. When we were in the swung or be swung situation, it just wasn't working for us. Let's see if we can increase this aggression. If we go for let's swing everything and see what starts to happen. Let's pick up the blitz. Let's see if we can irritate them. Try to make them scared. I don't know if the blitz really works though. I think they could have achieved this without the blitz. Maybe if you put Figure on something like, I don't know, if you put him on a Ying, or you could have increased that aggression without having to be in a situation where it's like, oh, that's a blitz. Okay. Because at the end of the day, I think with these players, the only player that I've ever met who panics when he sees a blitz is Cannibal. The rest of these players, I don't think they panic when they see a blitz.
Yeah, I mean, most people are used to it by now. It's not really something that scares you at this point in time, but really well done to them there. And let's pull up the next clip. I believe it's going to be this one. Here we go. I just really liked how, once again, efficient ATK was on their attack. I actually can't remember what the outcome was of this round, but what I wanted to highlight here is just that aggression. Yes, toilet blocking them, and again, you're falling victim to the FSD. Not the same exact thing, but yeah, it happened again.
No, to be honest, what kind of stood out for me during this entire map was there was this, I don't know how to put it. It's like the teams are doing better at setting up for what they want to execute, and they're planning out their executes better. It looked a lot more like both teams have put more thought into how they're going to do it and to pushing in through. I think as well it is a bit of more of a trait of Cafe where you can't be as spontaneous, so you do kind of have to plan it out because it is more defender-sided. Although it is, from what I can see, it is starting to lift a bit more balance, especially on the top floor.
Yeah, I mean, really, that top floor hold from both teams, it worked really well. Going to the next clip here, it was a bottom floor defense, but this that I just want to highlight, this is one of those perfect ATK attack rounds. And what I mean with this is it's very akin to the blitz round we highlighted earlier, where, look at this, a minute 50 still on the clock. And look at this, the ATK players, they're in bakery. But what they do really well here is they rotate the Nomad. He is the lone player that's going to make a move for them. And yes, it didn't really net them anything, but look at him solo droning it there into closet, whilst the main players of ATK can just focus on this main wall, focus on getting those angles, and it worked out for them. Sure, the Nomad, I'm going to play the rest of the clip, he rotated out. It just wasted the time there of the smoke and closet in a Harry Potter, and at the end of the day, it alleviates the pressure from the ATK boys inside of Bakery. So once again, just that teamwork, it really seemed like they're coming into their stride, but I'm fearful for the future. Clubhouse is going to be our next map. We've still got a few clips to analyze, but just before we even do that, what do you think is going to happen in Clubhouse, that being Bravado's map pick?
Well, look, for Clubhouse, last time these two played it, it went to match point overtime. But the problem that ATK has got right now is that yesterday Bravado saw, obviously us at OG beating ATK there.
Yeah.
So ATK on their minds are like, oh, our Clubhouse maybe isn't that good, and on Bravado's side they're like, oh, okay, we've beaten them, and now we've seen how OG did it, so we've got a lot of things to go on. So if the Bravado boys have done their homework, which I'm assuming that they have, I know it's Divan who. Well, I saw somewhere that Divan's the one that does their strats.
Yeah, they don't have a coach, right?
I don't think
They don't have a coach. I saw it on Twitter. I mean, even bantering in the chat. The ATK guys were really impressed with Bravado because they don't have a coach. ATK has Tom, the dedicated coach, Toom, as you might know him on Twitter. I mean, you yourself, you're a coach. Talk us through how important it is to have a coach.
You see, the thing about a coach is that it's not like a team becomes useless the moment the coach disappears.
Yeah.
If I were to disappear from OG right now, they would still be a good team. The coach kind of just helps alleviate that pressure of the strats, helps give an outside view perspective. Because especially when you're in the match, you can only see what you see. Now you've got a coach here that's kind of, knows all the strats, he knows the players, he's able to tell, and he's able to kind of tell you what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right, make minute changes in the strats. So it puts a lot of pressure on someone like Divan, who's trying to be a player, so he has to work on his aims and stuff, he has to work on his stuff, and he has to do these strats.
Yeah, and I mean, alleviating that pressure in the background allows for the players in the game to have a one-up in their mindset. They don't have to worry about the baggage. And look at this run. It's an example for me about that baggage not being there. I mean, look at this AML with the I believe it's the commander, not the Roni in hand. He just goes for the spawn peak and he finds so much damage done onto the Dokkaebi. It shows us that they translate that aggression even onto the defensive side. It's not just that attacking aggression working out for them anymore.
Yeah, no, as well, I was a little surprised that this is the first round he was already going for spawn peaks, so this is where it kind of cemented the idea in my head that, yeah, no, ATK have decided that they really need to go for more aggression here. And as well, this is where AML really started picking up his kills, where he was just dragging his team along there. But yeah, no, it's also like getting a spawn peak on your first defensive round like that. It does hit the other team's morale a little bit.
Most definitely. I mean, at the very least, yeah, maybe the coach has the background, but in the game, things like that definitely do tilt you. I mean, look back to yesterday's game. You talked about the mental game, how you guys tried to sway the mindset of the opposing team. But I believe we are ready for the lobby, so I'm going to throw it back to our casters. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Clubhouse is the next map up. This is Bravado's map pick, so it should be a very exciting one.
Thank you and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And hey, my mic isn't muted this time.
Oh, wow, that's new.
You see? Yeah, I know, right?
Hello, everybody. And yeah, fortunately, William, your mic is not muted, so now I don't have to remind you again. But yeah, the next map is Clubhouse, which Clubhouse is a very interesting map, obviously being more Divan decided once again. So whoever starts on that role is obviously going to have the advantage. But for now, speaking of both teams, I have not seen Bravado play much on that Clubhouse. As we know, I've seen once or twice, but not too many times from them. And we saw ATK play Clubhouse yesterday against OG, and they performed pretty well against them. They did show up into that matchup. OG came up better in that matchup, but they still showed what they're capable on it. If, like our analysts were talking about, if Bravado did their homework, they will know a basic just structure of how ATK is going to play it, and then they're one step ahead already into winning that game. But for ATK, they now have to try and adapt to the way Bravado know they are going to play it, and try and play unpredictable to just give them that first step in the match so that they can bring themselves to an even scoreline. Because currently Bravado are still in the lead. ATK just won that previous match on Cafe in 7-4, but they still won one map below Bravado's lead. It's currently, the score is 2-1. But for ATK, they have to now win this if they want to take it to a map 3 or map 4, sorry, and then try and win that one, try and win it out there, which I believe the last map is Theme Park. So that is a very interesting one. But for Clubhouse, William, what are your expectations? What are your predictions? We actually haven't spoken before the game about who do we think is going to take the game. So what's your predictions for Clubhouse?
Geez, we deep into these matches now, and that's what you want to bring up. um, I'm expecting ATK to bring us back and win it at the end. I think. Okay, that's I'm putting my bet on ATK, but it's a huge conundrum because, as you said, and as our analyst said, Bravado should have done their research and their homework onto ATK playing this map, but now ATK, if you want to ask them, is that are you going to be pulling out the same strat book for Clubhouse, or are you going to have something new, which then puts Bravado in a very precarious situation?
Indeed, but speaking once again of the bans, it is the exact same bans coming out on all three maps. Oregon, we saw a Thatcher, Mav, Clash, and Wamai ban. Cafe, we saw a Thatcher, a Mav, Clash, and Wamai ban, and now we see that once again on Clubhouse. These two teams just going with the same exact bans. Maybe they think those are the most important operators, or they're just keeping it to the standard bans because the Thatcher can really support on opening that main breach, and the Maverick as well. So both those got taken out. So now you have to rely on the attackers going from down below, or relying on that Kylie, as we do see Eli now on that Kylie's position. But for the defenders, the Clash being banned out once again, and that Wamai, we have not seen Wamai played much in this tournament because he's been a constant ban for the defenders. He can bring so much utility. I thought, after they took away his shield, that, his pick rate started to dial down. But it's because of him just getting constant ban. The players just no longer want to play against him because they see, okay, there's so many more now utility denial coming out from the defenders. They just don't want it to be in play, so that's why he's constantly banned out. But for the defenders, they have to now just rely on that Jaeger to support them on that rafters control, but they still do have two anti-denial or anti-breach denials that Cade and Bandit going to be able to help them keep that for as long as possible as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the Wamai paired up with the Jaeger is just too dangerous to leave laying around. So I think is it ATK that keeps banning Wamai? I think their mindset on that one is ban one of the two, whichever one, and the Wamai seems to be the better choice to ban for that part of things. At this point, I was thinking they just don't want to deal with those operators, but it does seem to come down to the fact that Thatcher's always banned, and Wamai it's either Wamai or Jaeger, and the Wamai is a better choice. So moving along now, the site being CCTV and Cash, ATK on defense, and they are ready and well into their positions, and AML in a very dangerous position right now, very aggressive onto that bar entrance, and we'll see if anybody catches him out or if he's able to catch somebody else out.
He losing a lot of HP there. I believe it was the Cade contesting him from Garage. He's just put onto at least 15 HP, but he's still alive, so he can still use that or his gadget to support on that main breach as James is now trying to trick it. He will successfully trick one ace charge there, as now the ace has to drop back down to use his utility. That is just going to be a big problem for them to try and secure it. It doesn't look like Mystic will go for that wall once again. He'll rather try and support his teammates to get control of this master bedroom and construction areas, as we do see Eli droning this logistics area as well. And we do see a player contesting in master bedroom, that is Koza on the Malusi, really going to make his presence known and try and defend those areas for as long as possible. He already has wasted quite a lot of time, a minute that he left on the clock, and the attackers still do not have any control on site, but they do have control of logistics now to support them.
Yep, it seems like a full-on pivot for Bravado, as Eli is on close to 5 HP. The gym wall is open, so they do have a line of sight onto Cash Room, and we'll see if they're going to be successful into taking this construction side of things. It seems like an all-out assault onto that area. They do have Ivan takes AML out, and what a bad position to be in, especially seeing that there's no refrag potential in that time around. All Bravado players lining up in that bedroom and gym side of things. That is very dangerous. C4 comes out, doesn't connect with anybody at all, but not equalizing the man count at all. It is still a 4v5 in favor of a Bravado, and now an execute is going to be coming on to the cash side of things. Will ATK be able to hold things out? There's only 24 seconds left, and James gets a pick onto Devon, and Corsa with a late flank minted onto James. Corsa's going to be a big problem as he gets a pick onto Eli. They now know about him, but does Corsa know about the one player left in construction? Figure and Corsa cleaning up Bravado right now, but a Figure doing a little too much cleaning as he takes out the pancake, leaving it down to a 1v1, but Eri wins it out, getting a pick onto Figure.
Eri just nearly losing that round as Corsa's positioning just there behind, just waiting it patiently, not playing too aggressively, just waiting for time, and then eventually picking off, just getting the first round for ATK. There, just Eri with that bearing 9, you saw the shot that he hit on Figure, a beautiful shot if I must say so myself, but it wasn't enough. Bravado had the advantage at the beginning of the round. So much time was wasted, and then they had to rely on that 20 to 30 seconds left in the round to try and push into those areas. They had the initial pick to try and push in, but then that flank, no flank watch coming out from Bravado really just put that round in the dirt for them, because Corsa just able to rotate back and then just get that initial pick, and then the attack basically just went to a standstill because they didn't know who to look at first. We saw then another 2 picks coming through, and then it went all in favor of ATK, but we'll have to see now how this round plays out as ATK do go down to the bottom floor in their Church and Arsenal defense as their second choice. They are going to do their top floor hold as we saw them play yesterday, but they do have a bit of adaptation. They aren't bringing that Vigil this time. They do have the Valkyrie to give them some intel and the Castle to support on that middle bar floor area.
Yep, that Valkyrie cam is going to prove useful, especially in Garage, to deter any attackers from pushing in willingly onto the Garage side of things to clear out cache and CCTV. So just having that intel there might soften the blow, or might cause ATK to be able to stall out the round a bit longer than normal. So with an IQ on the Ilike, maybe they might be able to spot out the Valkyrie camps, but he's going to be playing on the Raptors. That's the AML in support from Corsa. Going to be aggressively peeking that garage door. So Bravado has to be careful this time around. They do have their 2 entries, which is Ari on the Jackal and Devon on the Ash. If they lose those, it's very, very difficult for Bravado to bring back around. And as we see, they're going to leave that completely to ATK's devices, and they're going to pivot on to somewhere else.
Corsa still being allowed to play up top here. Not much time has been wasted from the defenders, just a minute. So the default minute 30 that defenders like to waste and then fall off is still on its way, as Corsa has chosen to stay up top here all by himself. But his teammate, AML, the Valkyrie, has rotated all the way to the basement in blue stairs. He will just sit there patiently and wait for the attackers to come to him. But Corsa is going to be pinched here as he is being tracked by this Jackal Inox, and he does choose to just drop off into this bar area. Still has these castle barricades to support him, but no, all the roamers are down inside. And fortunately for the attackers, they do have control of this top floor, but they still are unaware of these locations of these last remaining defenders, because they're just running back and forth. There's castle and mute jammers, and the castle barricades really just supporting on this as Corsa gets a pick. That's Mystic off of the board, the ace to fall first, and there is Elike on the IQ to fall as well. When Minted gets one, that's James off the board, but a refrag coming from Devon as he picks off Corsa, and somebody just running straight past those bullets there, just nearly escaping death. And Minted now getting picked off there by AML. That's one, and now Airy gets the refrag onto AML, but we do see a player sneaking here from Dirt Tunnel. That is Devon on the Ash. It's the last 2 remaining fraggers of Bravado against the last 2 operators from ATK to try and take control of this. The shield is supporting a pancake, but he does peek up and he gets taken out there. It's all up to Figure in a 1 versus 2 scenario. He peeks into blue, but unable to hit the shot as Airy gets the pick for himself and brings the score once again back to an even scoreline, as it is now 1 apiece in this third matchup.
Nope, Bravado answers back with an attack onto Church and Arsenal. It seemed like it was going to go to in favor of ATK. They had full control over that round, even though you saw them fall back rather early, but it was all calculated and it left Bravado cleaning up the top floor and second floor, but they were literally droning and nothing at all, which went all the way down to the bottom floor, and ATK managed to eliminate every single one of Bravado's players. They are going to go back to Church and Arsenal, so that would mean that they've saw every mistake that they've made and they know how to rectify them. So this might turn out to be a different round. Will they answer back to Bravado? Or is Bravado going to do the exact same thing? Or are they going to take what they've learned from the previous round and do things differently? That will be the question. And Bravado will answer it shortly.
From ATK's defense there, they played it perfectly. They had the utility in place to delay the attackers. They delayed enough time. They got the 2 opening picks, and then they lost it. Bravado just came back and then took those 2 initial picks and then just evened it out, and then bringing it into favor of them, just getting 1-for-1 trades after that and then winning it out. It just looked like there was a point where ATK just lost what they needed. They had the advantage, but then they just threw it away a bit. They just overstepped their welcoming in that advantage and then just allowed Bravado to really just come back from it. So we'll have to see if ATK can change that and maybe just keep the advantage this time. We do see AML going for a spawn pick, but he'll reinforce that right back up as he does not find anyone. But an adaptation here from Koza is that he's not playing that shotgun, he's playing the MP5 this time, so that's going to really support him in holding top floor, as now he can take longer gunfights and have more bullets in his mag to really win those ones out.
This is true, and right now we're seeing some joining from a Bravado side of things. They're joining out logistics, and somebody's down, which is the E-like. AML getting a pick off onto a Mystic, eliminating him. So they don't know about E-like being down, but is there anyone close to pick him up? That is the question. Because if they don't pick him out soon, then that'll be a really big lead for ATK. He is up, so in terms of health count and man count, is in favor of ATK, and right now they still need to clean up on the top floor because they still have Kosa still roaming about in the logistics side of things, and he does have support from the Valkyrie, who's around CCTV and Cash, I think. So she's going to be running around there, and she's left, or if Kosa and him are left at their devices, they're going to cause massive problems for Bravado. Bravado right now stalling out a little bit, just trying to get back into position and pivot onto their respective positions. What's going to be the plan for them?
Well, the plan is going to be very difficult. They do not have a hard breach. This is the second round in a row that they lost their hard breach as the opening death on this Church and Arsenal attack. The last time they had the Hibana to support them. This time they don't have that. Or as now, I don't actually, my mistake, they did not have the Hibana, just thinking of it back, they had the exact same lineup, but now they're all stacked up in this dirt area. Pancake still has 1 more smoke canister, 45 seconds left on the clock, so he's going to be able to delay them for as long as possible, but his hatch is not open in kitchen, so the attack, or the defenders are playing safely now, as they don't need to worry about any other presence but that dirt and mainstays present. As Koza adds onto the scoreboard, that's Devon off of the board, the Ash, leaving it all up to Eerie, Minted and E-like to try and bring this back, as Minted does bring one back as he gets a pick onto AML, but now it's all to just a swing coming through as Koza and Figure add onto the board. That's just 1-for-1 trades coming through, and it's all up to Eerie in a 1 versus 4 situation. He is situated on this main stairs, and he gets picked off there by James with the Jaeger, just getting that final pick for his team in the round and bringing ATK now back into the advantage area, as they are now 2-1 up. So at the moment, just this game is so close. They are both eager to try and win it out, but we'll have to see who is hungrier than the other one to take it to the very end.
Yeah, and the story continues between these two teams, back and forth in the beginning, and one of them has to give in near the end, as we saw from the previous 2 maps. And the site is going to be CCTV and Cash Room. Seems like a similar lineup from both sides of the spectrum. I think, yes, they did have a bug before, so not going to be correcting them on that one, but they are bringing an Ayana this time. So We'll see if Bravado is going to have an answer for ATK this time. They are going to be dealing with the Banshees in construction. I don't think they had Banshees before on this site, so that's kind of new. And are they going to be reinforcing the entire wall in Logi? Last time, Bravado did attack Logi side of things. Well, they were forced to attack Logi side of things thanks to the bandit of James bandit tricking at that wall. So we'll see if they're going to be going for that CCTV wall and brute forcing their way into opening it, or are they going to rotate again if they're not successful on the first try?
That adaptation from ATK, obviously we saw them play their CCTV and cache hold differently yesterday. Our analysts were talking about it, that they reinforced both of those garage walls. Our observer was showing that for quite a bit there. But now they're using lines of sight. I believe in their first round as well, they used the lines of sight. And that just supports them to hold that. But there's an early contest here from Koza as he's just trying to peek into this blue window and try and find an early pick for himself to just support his team. And there's the early pick, but not in favor of ATK. It's in favor of Bravado as Minted gets the first pick. That's AMO off of the board. The Jaeger no longer being able to support his team on that roam, but he still does have his utility in place to really support that utility denial. But this aggressiveness coming out from ATK really not working in their favor, as they're all just trying to now peek into those angles to try and find something. But if you're desperate, in the end, you're not going to be able to get it. But there's Koza to get the first pick onto Eli, but he gets refrag onto Minted from that bar main door area, and now the advantage is back in favor of Bravado, as it is a 4 versus 3 situation with still a minute 50 left on the clock. So there's so much time for Bravado to still work on to getting that main breach open.
Yep, and that seems like that's what they're going to be going for, as the Mystic on the Ace is pivoting up and onto that balcony area, while Minted eliminating Sir Pancake on that Sophia. So this is looking rather not great for ATK, but Figure and James are going to have to hold it down. There's only 3 players left of Bravado, and James on only 5 HP, going for some sort of a flank, but there is a player behind him and he gets eliminated from the back by Devon, and that leaves Figure all on his own on a Kaid. He does know about the player on Plaque, but there's somebody on red stairs, does turn on the player on red stairs, does get a little bit of damage onto him, leaves him with 5 HP. Figure calmly retracts back by the bomb chassis and waits his time for any one of the Bravado players to make a move. Does know about the Ash, does pre-fire onto him, pre-fires back onto the Buck, does eliminate him, so now he tries to rotate onto red stairs. Calmly at that. There's a red ping that spotted the Ash for him, and well played by Figure to bag around for ATK. What an amazing play by Figure.
What a beautiful clutch from him. A 1 versus 3 clutch. It's reminding me of yesterday, the OG versus ATK game where Urga was allowed to do that against ATK. But now it's ATK doing it to Bravado. Figure just not allowing Bravado to really take advantage of that round. He really eagerly wants to keep his team in the advantage areas of this game and really just support them to try and take it to that last match of Theme Park, where then it's just anybody's game. We have seen both teams play on Theme Park. I don't believe Bravado's. We've only seen 2 play days of Theme Park, but for Bravado at the moment, they really do need to fix something on their attacks, because just coming back from that, if they don't allow, if they just allowed ATK to clutch that Figure, just to do that with, well, not one of the best guns in the game, a very slow fire rate weapon, if I can say so, and just being able to do that, that really, it just was spectacular coming out from him. But now he's playing on the Frost, and we know he plays on the Frost on this gym and bedroom area. So will Bravado prepare for that, or will he be able to once again get a couple sneaky picks with that Frost max?
I will laugh out loud if anybody gets hit with a Pog mat this round. Don't they dare. But she has been proven to be a very useful and surprising at times. I mean, she has caught out a couple of players in the recent times. So not surprising to see her being bought, and especially for that shotgun and a shield. She brings a lot to the team. And just for the mere fact that she has a couple of traps that might catch a couple of players off, that's useful. Right now, the site is in gym and bedroom, as we saw. So Bravado needs to answer back. It's been a back and forth this time, but ATK is running away with it with a 3-1 lead, which leaves a Bravado to answer back on that. The attack is going to be in CCTV, so they're going to take it from there. Not seeing any player anywhere else, but they are going to have to deal with that AML on the bottom floor, especially on the bar area, flanking around. He's gonna be quite a pivotal player at some point. And I say pivotal, he's being droned right now. So they do know about him. How effective is he going to be? They know about this run out, so he shouldn't be able to catch anyone out at all. But he's now surrounded, and they're not going to let him come back as Minted is ready for him and takes the dome of AML as a lead-off pick onto ATK, leaving ATK 4-man down and Bravado 5-man still left.
AML just playing a bit too aggressively there. He was hungry to try and get a pick or two, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get anything because that drone work just coming in clutch there for Bravado there in the end, and just opening up those angles to just cut off AML's rotate from that strip area. Just really doing well at the moment. It's looking like a much better round for Bravado on their attack. They do have control of the CCTV breach, as James was trying to bandit trick it, but he just put his bandits down actually instead. He wasn't trying to trick it, so now we do see them have that main breach opening. He does lose HP as well, but there's a C4 to come in contact with Mystic, putting him on 1 HP for the round. That's not looking so good for him, and Pancake answers back as he gets a pick for himself, evening out the scoreline to a 4 versus 4, but Eli gets one as well, and Minted adds onto the scoreboard as well, and that's Devon as well. Now it's leaving all up to Cause in a 1 versus 3 scenario. He has the time, but the plant is being attempted here from Eli. He does get the plant down, and unfortunately now he has to try and clutch it. He has to peek into 3 full HP Bravado players, just paying it patiently, just waiting out for those angles, waiting for him to peek into their lines of sight. Will he be able to do it as he's peeking into this main breach area? The angles are just being watched here, patiently trying to find a pick or two for himself, just peeking slowly, using the impacts to open up rotates for himself, but they're just playing so patiently. He's trying to peek once again. He will have to try and bait out this diffuser, but they will surely have angles from this main breach area, just pre-firing some shots, and there's the player playing from down below. That's Minted, just watching the angle from the hatch, just getting the final pick. They're playing it so patiently, just waiting for Causa to peek into his lines of sight, as he just did, and winning out the round, bringing Bravado to a 3-2 scoreline. So now it's looking like a much better game for Bravado. They can try and bring this out to even out the scorelines once again, or will ATK finally take the default 4-2 split on one of these maps?
That is, Justin, what ATK is looking to do right now, because if they get this round, then they're on the advantage. But I'm sure Bravado is not going to be letting that one slide without a hick at all. They're bringing out the Jackal to come in and switching over to the Sledge, I believe. Not bringing a Heart Breacher this time around. Just pretty surprising, seeing as the site is all the way down into church. But not to worry though, because I'm pretty sure the hatches are going to be all open for the defenders to be rotating from the top floor to down to the bottom floor, as they respectively do. So not to worry about any hard breaches being brought, but I don't know. I think one of the attackers may have one of those hard breaching gadgets. Please let me know if I'm completely wrong.
I don't. No, they don't actually. They have
None of them do.
4 sets of nades, 6 sets of breaching charges. They also have the Sledge breaching hammer, 3 ash charges, and 2 Sophia stuns. So they have a lot of breaching utility, as well as the secondary shotgun from Jackal, but they don't have a hard breacher. And
Death from above.
if exactly that, if they read into the way ATK are currently playing their Church and Arsenal defense, holding top down, they could have, I thought, okay, they can go for a rush into dirt, but the hard breach is not there to support them, so that's not going to work. So maybe they're trying to take full top floor control and just put pressure on these remaining defenders down below, because they do have the utility to do that. They have a lot of soft breach to help support in that kitchen hallway, in kitchen, just in those areas to put pressure on that Arsenal side of the defense. But those defenders up top are going to be able to put so much pressure if they don't watch their flanks. They don't have any flanker now at the moment. They do have the Jackal to support on the roam clear, but currently there aren't heavy roams coming out from ATK, and that's the adaptation that they are making as well. So these two teams are just adapting each other, and at the moment it's just like, who's going to win out in this adaptation game? Because in the end, if we're looking now at that, Bravado have top floor control, but they don't have a hard reacher to support it opening that kitchen or dirt area, so they're going to have to push through Moto or through those blue stairs or main stairs, but blue is being contested. So at the moment it is looking like they're going to go for those areas, but if ATK read into that, they're going to be able to stop this attack coming out from Bravado.
Yeah, and one more thing to note right now is if you look at Bravado's lineup, what is it synonymous with? It's all high-powered weapons, and I think that's what they're going for right now. It's just full-on high-powered weapons and winning out their gunfight. Right now, C4 being popped and not hitting anything, and as an Ayana, a Gemini comes in to gather some intel, and James with a shot onto Mystic. I was talking about high-powered guns, and Sledge has one of the strongest weapons, but Mystic not being able to use it in this time around. And the AML just pre-firing that main stairs area does spot out the Ayana. A lot of shots from that magazine onto Eli from AML, but Devon getting a refrag onto Figure. Right now, it's looking rather scary for Bravado as Minted gets a pick onto Corsa, but James eliminating Minted on the refrag, which brings it down to a 3v2 situation. The Jackal and the Ash. If any operators that you want to clutch things up with, clutch around with, it is these two operators. Will they be able to do it though? That is the question. Right now, the Ash is down, which leaves it down to the Jackal to do all the work. Is he going to be able to res his teammate? No, he's not going to be able to. The AML finishes him. He knows where one of the teammates is, but there is another two to be found. He's not going to be able to do this. Only 4 seconds left. Does swing onto the AML, but AML wins out that fight and bags another round for ATK. ATK is on the roll right now, leaving Bravado behind.
The caster curse working out in ATK's favor there. That's my bad. I didn't mean that, but now ATK taking that 4-2 default split. As we see, the last two matchups were just 3-3 constantly from their split and going to the next round, where Bravado came and then won the first match, and then ATK won the first match in both 7-4 victories for those two teams. But now we see a much better ATK on Clubhouse. Bravado not so much, but they aren't out just yet. They do have the defending side in their favor for their split now, so ATK have to now push into their lines of sight. So we'll have to see how Bravado choose to play this, if they're going to play a very aggressive style and put pressure on ATK, because we know how ATK suffer against some of that aggression sometimes. We have seen it played yesterday where they did struggle quite a bit against OG's aggression, but today we'll have to see how Bravado choose to play that against ATK. By the looks of it, it looks like they're just going to play their game. They do have a similar setup to the way ATK did, except for that Aruni being played. And we have spoken a lot about this Aruni, and now we've actually seen a lot of play, but teams don't really realize how important she can actually be in a round. Those Surya gates just really support that just full-on just denial, especially on that main breach and that CCTV windows where Eri has put his Surya gates. So that's really just going to support and just waste the utility from the attackers to try and clear out those just areas.
Well, Justin, I'm happy that the Caster's Curse happened, because then we get to see map number 4, I believe. So I don't mind that at all. And yeah, as we saw, Eri putting down all of the Syria gates on, well, both of the Syria gates on the wall, it's going to make things a little difficult for ATK to be pushing down into that, because as we all know, once you disable the Syria gate, at some point in time, I believe it's 30 seconds, you are able to re-enable it again. So I think that's what they're going to be playing off right now. So ATK has to be really clinical, and a time position is going to be key. It's going to be a key factor for their attack this time around.
Now ATK on their attack are choosing to come from this bedroom area, but Eli answers back as he picks off Korza. That's the buck off of the board. He was trying to open up those walls into logistics. He did get it open, but he got traded. His life got traded off for it. So now ATK having a full attack onto the backside of the site. They don't have any presence on the default garage and CCTV tech. So it's a very interesting from them. Bullet holes being held here, does not connect onto anything. But at the moment, ATK really is struggling, I guess, in this round. 1:30 and they still have so much time that they need to try and push into sight, but it's not going to happen if they don't open up those walls, which Pancake is starting to get open, but just the mute jam is really supporting, and AML is going to try and destroy that. He does eventually get it, but now it's a 4 versus 5 to try and push onto sight. It's unlikely that ATK will really be able to try and push into Bravado's lines of sight.
I don't believe that wall in construction, I don't think they managed to open it just yet, which is very problematic because they're going to have to funnel down into that door, which is not a good idea. I may be wrong though about the construction wall, but looking at AML and Figure rotating all the way downstairs, I believe they weren't able to open it. The Salma charges are still there, all 3 of them. Don't know for what good reason. Which now Figure is going to be making that happen. He's going to be helping out his teammate to try and get that wall open. All it takes is a quick drone in there and just spot out the mute jammer, but you should know where it is. It finally gets taken out and all 3 Salma charges go to work. But will it be too little or too late? There's only 24 seconds left as Devon eliminates AML, leaving Figure and Sir Pancakes left to finish up the dirty work. There are 2 players in red. There's smoke canisters flying in. Figure eliminates Minted, but now Airy eliminates Figure, so that leaves a 1 player, so Pancakes from ATK to do the dirty work. He has the plan for finish up 3 players of a Bravado, which is quite an impossible task sometimes, and Bravado proved to be the case. Answers back with another round. They might be catching up right now, but ATK is still in the lead. What are we going to be seeing in the next round, Justin?
So these next few rounds, ATK really have to fix up their coordination. So they were trying a different push, which I've seen only work 1 or 2 times from specific teams, where you decide to take full control from the backside of CCTV. So from master bedroom and logistics and push into there. But for that, you need to have the opening pick and that coordination to get control of that. You also need to make sure that that construction wall can be opened up and not try and funnel through those doors. And that's what ended up happening. That mute jammer just didn't get taken control of because I believe it was the sledge. No, the buck actually, of course, it got picked off. So they didn't have any grenades in their arsenal to support over that wall to get rid of that mute jammer. So they had to then send Figure down below. But it was too late at that point. It was a 2 versus 4 scenario. 25 seconds left on the clock. You can't really come back from that. The defenders are just going to hold control and just wait for you to peek into the lines of sight, which is exactly what they did, and they won out that round. So for ATK now to bring that vantage or to keep that vantage, they need to really play coordinated now. They need to get that opening pick and really just try and gain control of those areas as soon as possible so that they can put as much pressure on Bravado as they need to.
Did they have an IQ in that round? Do you know?
No, they didn't.
Oh, they did. Yeah. I was gonna scold them a little bit because if you're gonna pivot that early onto construction, one of your first priorities is getting rid of whatever is going to be stopping you from breaching that wall. So it was a little surprising to me that they spent so much time in construction not being able to open a wall, and then only when there's about 30 seconds left they want to rotate downstairs to take care of it. So that was a detriment to their strat, and that kind of lost them the round for the most part. But right now going down to Church and Arsenal for Bravado, and the difference here being the fact that they're bringing a Kaid, so they're going to be clinging onto the hatches. They're going to be keeping those hatches closed to deter any attacks from coming from above. So all ATK has right now is the Habana, so she might be able to take care of those hatches. There's not going to be any Kaid tricking happening or any impact tricking. I think they were set up for impact tricks, but the timing was a bit off. C4 flies out, but not connecting. But you know who's going to connect his shots? Is AML onto Mystic. Mystic out of the board, that is the mute. But luckily enough, and hopefully, he has placed all of his mute charges down, or mute jammers, and they're in place. James gets a pick onto Elike, which leaves, oh my God, what a shot from Devan onto Figure, and Minted adding on to the kill count, eliminating one of the ATK members, leaving it down to a 3v3.
3 versus 3 with a minute 15 left on the clock. I just wanted to point out how many C4s came out from Bravado. They still do have one more, but they had 4 C4s in total, and they did not get a single C4 kill so far. So that's a bit of wasted utility from them. They didn't have any impacts to support them on that impact tricking. I believe it could have been that Malusi or the Valkyrie to support there. But needless to say, the hatch was opened by James, and then he got a first pick and then got picked off. But now we do see AML contesting in this dirt tunnel. He is going to be peaked here by 2 different angles, as we do see him now trying to gain control. His teammates are supporting for a drop from the hatches. AML gets a pick, but he doesn't peek into the angle of Devan, and then Minted gets a pick onto Cause, and then adds onto a second one and picks off Pancake, and brings the round that was seen to be in favor of ATK all the way back into favor of Bravado. So really well done from him there just to step up and find those angles, just the tightest little angle onto that hatch drop. And well, now we see another even score once again, 4-4 for both teams. So now we have to see who will take this very next step to trying to win out this matchup. Will it be ATK to bring themselves to map number 4 to try and clutch it out there, or will we see Bravado clean it out now in this third matchup?
I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a timeout right now from either ATK, because Bravado is catching up, and seeing them on defense is quite scary for ATK, because they do need to win this map in order to stay in this. And right now the site is going down into a gym and bedroom. They are on the site rotation, and they haven't been here before, so it's going to be new for ATK. As we know, ATK sometimes like to kind of feel out exactly what you do on a site, and then sometimes you can never go to that site again because they're going to win it all time around. But it is an extension onto Cash Room, and they're possibly going to be holding a CCTV down, which is quite a good thing to do, provided you have support from Logi or Construction. And right now, ATK has to make a decision. Do we push Jim directly from Jacuzzi side of things, or do we roam clear CCTV and Cash and take Construction and push into bedroom? We'll see what the plan is, as we saw a Kaid Claw, Electro Claw from the bottom. I think that's quite, well, it's not that new. It's been around for a couple of months, but that is to deter any breaching from the Jacuzzi side of things.
It has been spotted out, so it's a very good Kate Claw just to try and put it down below. But we saw this tactic from all the way from Border the very first time Kate was introduced, and then Border was still in the comp map pool and used to throw the K charge from below in a specific area to deny that armory wall from being opened up by the attackers. But now that K charge does get spotted out by the attackers and it gets taken out, but there is another one on the main breach, so 2 is getting put out there. I'm not quite sure why, but yeah, there's another K charge on that wall. So unfortunately for ATK, they thought they had it easily there, but now they have to get control of Gym from that Gym window to try and get rid of that Cade Claw, or even push up to main stairs. But if they do decide to do that, Divan will be there to contest them, as James gets the first pick onto Mystic. That's him off of the board, just making work of that Type 89 with Hibana. Like I've said before, Hibana's not really much of a support operator anymore. She more has turned into this fragging type of role, just being able to just completely go through those defenders with her utility, and will still do that bit of hard breaching that the team might need.
Don't know why right now, but Bravado has given up CCTV and Cash after expanding so much utility on it. It's a bit confusing to see that happen. Look at that, there's ADSs, there's mute jammers, there's banshees, there's shields, and you just easily give it up like that. But they do have a shotgun from the E-like pointing straight at the Ash if he points in right now. Use your drones, ATK, if you want to find out whether you are going to live or going to get a kill for yourself. Because if you peek that right now as the Habana peeks it, luckily enough, it was from a far distance and was able to get that kill onto Eli. That is Eli off the board. And Bravado is trailing with a man down or 2 man down, and ATK looking like they're going to take a flawless round this time if they don't lose a man at all. ML eliminating Eli, Eli, and leaving Minted and Devon to finish up the work. The diffuser is being planted now by Pancakes, and the diffuser is down. The Minted comes back with a pick as Devon also comes back with a pick, but Figure does refrag him, leaving 2 players from ATK to hold down this diffuser, but Minted has to find both of them. I think he did it before while he was on the Kaid, or I think it was an ATK member that did it with the Kaid, but he's doing it now with the Kaid as well, getting a pick onto a Figure, and he now has to find one more. He only has 17 seconds left. He's to your right. He saw the bullet traces. He does contest the Ash, but AML wins that gunfight and wins the duel and takes another round for ATK.
Jeez, just what an attempt from Minted there on the Cade to try and just bring that back. We did see Figure on that Cade clutch out the previous round in that 1 versus 3, and now Minted re-attempting that, but unfortunately he did get 3 picks actually to try and bring his team. He got a 4K in that round. He would have had to ace clutch to try and bring it back, but unfortunately, no, sorry, my mistake. He didn't actually get 4 kills there at the end. Devon did add onto the board, sorry, my mistake, but he would have been able to, had to just try and clutch that by just picking off AML there. He was low on HP, but unfortunately for him, AML did come up on top in that gunfight, and well, now ATK do see the lead once again in a 5-4 split. This match is just so far just neck and neck. These both teams just want to bring it home. Bravado, if they win this, they win the tournament. They come in the number 1 spot. But if ATK win this, they take it to map number 4, where we'll just see a full-out brawl between the 2 teams to see who will come out victorious. This match is so much closer than I expected from that first matchup.
It's so close here. I'm pretty sure ATK supporters are saying, bring us map 4. Bring us map 4. And if things carry on the way they are, then we are going to be seeing a map 4, which is really exciting. Because it's been a back and forth, as Justin said, between these 2 teams. And right now, they're going back to CCTV and Cash. And will they be expanding to bedroom or just merely construction? They're leaving that wall in Logi soft, so that tells me they probably just going to be focusing on to the garage and possibly blue side of things. Lots of mute jammers flying around, and lots of drones are flying and being caught by those mute jammers. Luckily, it's still outside though, so no harm done. And they're going to be working on that CCTV wall. I figure that ATK is going to be wanting to open that wall in a very quick time, not messing up any Selma charges this time around, and both of them flying off with one of them to spare, and the wall is open, so that is good news for ATK.
Just interesting coming out there from Mystic, trying to mute trick the wall with the mute jammer. You have to do that before the time. Obviously, the Kylie took out that mute jammer, disabled it, and then he probably shot out his other one to try and put down a new one, or picked it up or straight back up. But that unfortunately didn't help, because you need to put it down before the charges go off. Otherwise, it will not be in any effect. But speaking of an effect, now that the main breach is open, now ATK can try and decide to push here from this construction side, as we do see AML here and Figure also rotating back so that hard breacher of James can try and open up this wall, this construction wall, and really just put pressure from both sides. We also do see Quasar here at the bottom of Raids there is going to try and put pressure there, as Mystic does lose quite a bit of HP, but Devon is contesting in this garage area. Same with Minted. Quasar will be able to peek into these areas and try and pick off 2 of these players, but he does not know the locations of them, as Minted is just able to peek straight all the way into garage, as he does get picked off there by Quasar, getting the first initial pick, Now, Devon, the only one contesting here in the bottom of Garage, he does have some support from the top of Rafters, but none of these players contesting just yet. And he does peek wide. That's Eli to get the first pick onto AML, and now Causa getting contested as well, but that's Mystic from the other side, picking off James, the Hibana off the board, and Causa still trying to do some vertical control here, but he's going to be contested by Devon as Devon swings wide and picks off Causa. Now brings the advantage in favor of Bravado in a 2 versus 4 situation, make that a 1 versus 3 situation as Pancake adds on, but Devon getting the final pick there and evening out the scoreline once again, now to a 5-5 round count for both these teams, just neck and neck at the moment. They both are eager to try and take the advantage and take it to that very end, but it's all up to the team that steps up from here on out.
Yep, ATK refusing to go down, but Bravado is wanting this win right now. They want to end it, and they don't want to take it to map 4. But we'll see what ATK answers back. They had a good idea with that attack, taking Causa down into stock room to work on that floor onto the cash room was going to deter any defenders holding positions and just move them around and let the attackers pick them off while they're rotating. But it didn't work out so well because AML died in the bottom of red close to blue from the garage person, which made the garage person rotate onto stock. So maybe if AML gave the call to Causa way earlier, he might have been able to react to it. But I don't know, we don't know what the comms are, but just watching that gameplay made it seem like Causa wasn't given the call that the Ash died and that player was going to rotate around to him. I mean, they did know about the Causa. They called him while he was making those holes, so they did know he was in stock. So expect a call to be made and expect for somebody to challenge you, especially when you have no support downstairs. Right now, the site is in Church and Arsenal. And I think Bravado won this round the last time they went here. So this is a problem for ATK. Are they going to be able to adjust to them right now? Are they going to be able to take this round and just uneven the score count? Is it? Or will Bravado take it to match point again? Figure taking that damage kind of answers the question a little bit, but not too much damage to kill him, as he's going to fall back and just challenge it from a distance.
Now the attack coming here from the strip club side, and also just trying to take control of the kitchen hatches. Devon now creeping up this main stairs, going to try and put pressure from this bathroom. Will he be able to spot out Causa as he peeks through? Who will come up on top? Devon getting droned by 2 drones. He does take out 1, but he's being heavily contested as the Ash just rushes straight down main stairs, and he gets picked off there by Devon as he's unaware of his location. Devon just playing that perfectly, not turning his back at all, just reversing, looking at the main stairs still while he is trying to push through, and that ADS is coming through from that, well, from Devon, almost getting taken out there from Causa if he spotted him out, but unfortunately he didn't, and he will walk away with his life. That is just a bit of a throwaway kill for ATK, as just AML playing a bit too aggressively there on those main stairs and just giving his life up for Devon, and now allowing the advantage to be in favor of Bravado.
I would kind of play devil's advocate here and just disagree there. I think AML played it perfectly. It's just that he didn't hit his shots, and Devon just was the better player in that situation. I mean, AML followed his drone. He was probably being given calls to exactly where Devon is. The only detail there was that he was firing back at all times and never turned his back. But I think AML played it exactly like how he should have. He's an entry fragger. He is supposed to contest those gunfights, follow the drone, and keep in pace with the drone. He just fell to those gunshots. That's all. But right now, James and team, or just James alone, is going to be attacking onto the dirt side of things, which will mean Eli might not know about it, but he will find out as soon as that Banshee goes off once James is close. But Eli just goes off position a little bit, but Devon does get a pick onto James, so no threat from the dirt side of things. Causa and Pancake are above. I'm talking about Causa right now. Not sure where Pancake is. I mean, Pancake is above and Causa's on dirt, which means that Pancake is eliminated, and Causa coming down from dirt does get a pick. swings back into Elike and eliminates him. This might be winnable for Corsa. And he switches onto the SMG-11, but doesn't manage to wipe the shot onto Mystic. Mystic, with his own SMG-11, gets a shot onto him to bag another round for Bravado. This is looking very scary for ATK right now.
Indeed, it is, as Bravado on match point and map point and match point. This is the final chance for ATK to take it to overtime, to try and win out this match, to take it to map number 4. If Bravado win this next match, it is over for ATK and Bravado take the series. For ATK to try and win this, they really do have to step up that refrag potential. We were both, me and you were both talking about that mainstays push, giving our sides as to if it was correct or if it wasn't correct. If it was correct or if it wasn't incorrect, there still should have been another player to support him. There should have been a refrag to try and capitalize on on that player and just support the take onto there, not just, you know, one player pushing in. But speaking aside from that, the rest of the team also tried their best to push into those areas, but they got funneled out from the angles being reversed onto them from Bravado. So for that to happen, it just needs that ATK needs to prepare for those angles and really just try and, I guess, expect it before it happens to try and take control of that. Siege is a very predictable game if you use, you know, that intel to your advantage. If you predict those areas that the defenders are going to be in, the default areas as some people like to call it, then you are in the advantageous area. But at the moment, it just really looks like ATK are trying to bring it back, but they're just struggling a little bit on trying to just coordinate there near to the end of the rounds more than right at the beginning. Because at the beginning, they have the initial push, they get control of the areas, they just can't finish it out in the end.
And right now, it seems like they're going to be attacking at the Jacuzzi wall and the Jacuzzi side of things. ATK not wasting any time at all. This might prove to be a very disgusting angle here from James as he waits for anybody to be... He did spot someone's feet, but he didn't notice the pixel change. That's why he didn't fire. But he should be looking out for those. But right now, that wall is going to be open down in a Jacuzzi. But a fight is going down in the CCTV and cash side of things, I believe, as we see, I think 3 defenders. That's 2 defenders in cash. And I think the area on the visual ran all the way down to blue and all the way down to dirt. Disgusting angle here, but everybody knows about it. I don't think ATK members are going to be exposing themselves to that, even though they don't know about it. But once you shoot there, they will know about it. A wall being open in Jacuzzi, so no one's going to be able to play that bathtub. Right now, James is still holding that angle and waiting to just get a freebie onto somebody, either playing that position next to the toilet stall or just trying to hide out behind one of those reinforced or unreinforced hard walls.
Mystic does lose a lot of HP. He's left to just 35 HP on the board. And now having to try and take a gunfight with that SMG-11, we do see AML contesting in this cache area. He does not know the locations of these players, but Hibana trying to open this wall, and well, AML just got shot down there by those ex-Kairos. So that will be a bit of a waste. But Divan does lose quite a bit of HP, but still walks away with his life. Nobody doesn't, as Figure capitalizes on that and gets the first pick. James does lose some HP as well, but there's still a player contesting and construction. That is the Malusi of Elike, but there's Sir Pancake to answer back as Elike gets one for himself and he gets a second. He picks of course an AML, now leaving it in 3 versus 3 situation as Minted gets one as well and he gets a second, leaving it all up to Figure to clutch in this 1 versus 3 situation to bring his team to overtime. He'll have to do it all. He still has 25 seconds left on the clock, but he has a tall order to complete. 20 seconds left. He's just waiting for these defenders to push into his angles. He does spot at the play, but will he be able to spot out these feet as the angle just being moved there? He does get the down, but he does confirm the kill. Still 2 more players to pick off. 10 seconds left on the clock. He has that fire rate to do it for him, but he won't be able to hit all the shots as Minted wins that gunfight, just tearing apart ATK in this matchup. Just annihilating them. I don't know how many kills he was, but I believe he hit double digit in this matchup, just showing the type of player that he is, almost hitting double digits, going 19 for 9 in this matchup, and Devon there supporting him as well with 16 kills, just trying to bring Bravado, and well, there we go. Bravado winning out the series in this match with such a close game, William.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to WLE 10K. And this is Bravado winning the tournament, eliminating ATK on a very close match and a map. And yeah, that map advantage did prove to be very useful. And it's like Olympus said, ATK need to win the first 2 maps if they want to win this thing overall. And that didn't happen. They tried to bring it back on the, I think, 3rd map, and they just couldn't bring it back in club. And courtesy of Bravado doing their research in Clubhouse proved very useful, and they were able to take a lot more rounds than ATK, and ATK couldn't answer back, and the victory went to Bravado. Congratulations to Bravado, and well done to ATK. Very valiant effort, and they take 2nd place.
Our analysts are now joining us here on the board as well, from that amazing matchup between the two teams, taking it all the way to Clubhouse. The 3rd match, it couldn't go all the way to the 4th matchup. Just very unfortunate from ATK side. They did fight it to the very end, but unfortunately from their side, Bravado came up on top, and well done to Bravado. We did see them perform on Friday against ATK, and now getting that rematch. ATK trying to bring their revenge story back, but Bravado had that map advantage, and that really did play off in their favor, winning them out this game. And well, from my side, congratulations to you guys as well on winning that #1 spot.
It was incredible. Not only as the observer here, I mean, I chose the angles and, well, I was treated to some great siege. Thank you guys so much for the casting. It was truly amazing, and I don't know what to say. Really, I'm blown away. Bravado Gaming, they take it. Never in a million years would I have seen this coming.
Yeah.
I do say so. Really do so. But yeah, if sorry, just to cut you off there, William, as well. We do have the captain of Bravado, Devon, here for a post game interview. So if you guys want to, ask him any questions, you guys can ask him some questions, and then we will be able to see what he says about that. So yeah, yes, Devon, welcome to the chat, and well, congrats to you guys. You played really well, and well-deserved victory from your guys' side.
Dude. Thanks so much, man. It means a lot. Yes, that was one hell of a game, and a bit lost for words, to be honest. Like I couldn't believe we pulled that gym defense through. It was so shaky, but I mean, I'm so happy. I can't put it into words, guys.
I mean, it's well deserved. You guys put up a fight the whole way through, not only in the upper bracket stages where you beat them 2-0. Here in the grand finals, it looked like you were in control of it. Sure, that 3rd, or I believe 2nd map maybe would have faltered a bit, but you guys brought it back incredibly, especially in the late stages here of Clubhouse. Talk me through your guys' mental state throughout all of this, because it's not every single day that a team can keep going like this. I mean, you faced hardships. You weren't in the lead the whole time. I mean, it wasn't a comfortable game. Talk me through what the comms were like in those games.
Well, I mean, coming into the game, obviously having the 1 map advantage because of coming through the upper bracket, I try to remind the guys to stay calm. Then let's not get ahead of ourselves. ATK is most dangerous when they're down, and then that's where they fight even harder. And for the upper bracket final, they respect banned our Oregon, and we respect banned their Villa. So I mean, I was expecting them to ban Consulate tonight, and that's what turned out to be happening. So we're very comfortable on Oregon. So going into Oregon, we were very relaxed. We just have to stick to the defaults, do the basics right, and focus on doing the fundamentals. And but on Cafe, I don't know, AML was just insane. The guy just hitting headshots, hitting wall bangs, preps to him. He single-handedly carried his team on Cafe, and then on Clubhouse it was chaotic, man. Yeah, I don't know, we lost so much calls during shouting and celebrations and people dying early, but just trying to keep positive during the game. it was chaotic, man.
Well, in the end, it really looked clinical. I mean, Justin, Alpha Simp Justin, you can comment on this as well from the analyst perspective. A lot of these rounds, yes, it came close, but it seemed like Bravado Gaming, from my perspective at least, was in control of most of these rounds, whether that be intel, outplay maneuvers, the flanks, whatever it may be. I mean, especially think back to Clubhouse there in the end. A lot of these rounds, you guys really maneuvered well around this map. What I mean with that is sometimes you would give away the bottom floor control for the start. They would take it and then back off, and then you'd retake the bottom floor control. Things like those little reads, it really seemed like a lot of these rounds, you guys were just on top of this.
Well, props to the ATK guys as well. Like they drain out the whole map. Like we as a team, we struggled to pin down the roamers on attack, especially on that bottom floor side. And like we're not very comfortable roaming as much. And like I told the guys, like, look, we have Cade. Let's just use the Cade and try and impact check the kitchen hatches. But I mean, they took the map control there so fast that they have the hatch open by like a minute 30. So we have to kind of extend out of sight and just like hope they don't spot us through any vertical holes, and then maybe we can reaggress. So like we knew if we just get the opening pick within the first minute 30 seconds, then we can comfortably like just extend out of sight and wait for them to do something, not take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, if any of the other guys have any questions for him.
Well, for someone you said who wasn't a comfortable roaming, ending 16 for 8 is a pretty good way to end it.
Yeah, dude, like I don't know, like when you have your top red wall and your server wall being opened while you're sitting inside cache, it's not easy with an Ash playing
Yeah.
below you. Like you kind of just want to run away, but at the same time, if you just stay there and commit, waste as much time as possible, you're creating opportunities for the team on the other side. So
Yeah. As well as noticed, you had a slower start on the first map. I think it was only the third round where you got your first kill.
yeah, like I don't know, like personally, like I've been trying to work on me, like not being too aggressive, like at the start of the match, and like especially them throwing us off guard by like shooting us through hatches and like smoking, and then they push through the smoke and then shooting us from hatches when we're getting the cage claw. Like it was difficult. Like they definitely threw us off guard a bit in Oregon, but then I mean we just had to slow it down a bit and just focus on doing the basics right.
Any of the casters, if you guys want to comment on that, I mean, you had the first-hand perspective of all of that. You put your voice over it. I mean, you guys were in the ride there.
Yeah, Bravado gave us a good ride. What I want to know is, seeing that you guys had a map advantage, right? Were you worried at all about ATK, especially on Cafe, right after they took Cafe? As you said, ATK does fight back hard, especially when they're down. Did you get worried at all that they might take Clubhouse as well? And what would happen on the fourth map?
Like, to be honest, going into Cafe, like we weren't expecting much from our side. Like we were still gonna try and obviously win the map, but like we haven't really scrimmed that map as much. Like we've only had 1 or 2 scrims against Dynamic and OG on it, and like it didn't go as well on it. So I mean, like OG isn't like a comfort map for us, but like we just try to do the basics right. But I mean, on attack we had like a lot of difficulty spinning down the roamers, especially AML, like I said, top floor.
Yeah, I love that, dude. Just taking everything down to basics. That's a lot of what a lot of Siege players tend to miss lately. Is just keep it basic and keep it simple.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Siege is still an FPS game. So I mean, I think a lot of people try and overcomplicate things. Like at the end of the day, if you shoot the other guy in the head, you win.
Yeah, but from that matchup, just those games, obviously, right at the beginning, they were very close from all three, and then it just came down to who stepped up first, I guess, in those matchups. But from Clubhouse, just from yours and Minted side, obviously, you guys top frag from throughout the whole game on Clubhouse. And just you were talking about just trying to control your aggression at the beginning of the game, and you played it perfectly and just used those advantages or those flanks from your side to your advantage to take control of those picks. I can't really think of one specific round, but there were a couple rounds where you guys clutched out in those areas, being in the disadvantage from ATK's perspective. What was going through your guys' minds when you were disadvantaged and then trying to clutch out those areas? Because there were quite a few clutches coming out from you guys.
On a map like Clubhouse especially, I feel like time wasted is more important than like getting kills. So time wasted and map control, I would say, is more important than getting kills. So even if you 1 or 2 guys down, but they only have 20 seconds to funnel through two alleyways, like dropping kitchen hatch, and just relying on not being able to be seen through smoke or just pushing dirt, hoping that you just get a freebie. So I mean, if we have 3 guys alive, we can kind of hold everything that we have to, and we just have to pray on winning the gunfights. And I think that's what we're good at.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, you guys win it. Congratulations. I think that is everything, unless anyone has some final words. We've been treated to some of the best Siege I have seen in ages. I'm so thankful that I've been able to be here on the analyst desk, myself and Alpha Simp, as well as the casters. Thank you so much, guys, for keeping us entertained with your beautiful voices. And thank you so much to yourself for leading a team into this charge. And really congratulations to yourself and this team. But that's it. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. This has been the WLE 10K wrapped up. Thank you for joining.
Ciao, ciao.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the cast as well. Cheers, boys.
Thanks, everyone.
Cheers.